Dum dum, so great that she put that with the boomerangs and dick in the mind. This bitch is fine. I done came to the club out in the 11th time. Can I play with your family line? The club mama said I need to calm down. She really going to swing me now. Even though that no more mama threaten me now. She didn't come with me, I mean she wrote it. And then I like to see them females rolling. Taking the clothes off, fucking naked. And she get home, don't please respect it. I'll pop yo, was it like this? Cause you like the things in the city, I hit the drum on the east side of it. And we all like to see ass and titties. Now run your ass over here, ho, and let me see you get low. If you won't get good, now take it to the lay your ass on the ass, then you can keep your ass where you at. 3, 6, 9, 10, tell me one more time. Get low, get low, get low, get low, get low, get low. To the wall, when drop down my ball, how do you get this ball? How do you keep over the road? How do you keep over the road? See you get low, you stay, tell me back to the floor, you stay, see you get low, you stay, tell me back to the floor, you stay, tell me back, shake it back, run it out to the left, right, turn it out, shake it back, run it out to the left, right, now, back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up, now stop, then wiggle with it, 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 3, 6, 9, 10, tell me one more time. Get low, get low, get low, get low, get low. To the wall, when drop down my ball, how do you get this ball? How do you keep over the road? How do you keep over the road? Get your friends, you can be standing down while I'm turning my head. Instead of looking at you, still asking questions. Lines up, nigga, dance, be another concession. Hold move to the left if you ain't about that. The talk through 3 or 4 songs already. Looking at a nigga with your palm out. Been trying to see you dance. Want something, baby, pop the pussy on the pole, do your thing, baby. Slide down there, get your little bit, then stop. Get back on the floor, catch your balance, then drop. Now bring it back up, clap your ass like, hey, I just wanna see your ass every day. Yeah, ain't we don't got it today. And put it on the map like, hey. 3, 6, 9, 10, 5, tell me one more time. Get low, get low, get low, get low, get low. To the wall, when drop down my ball, how do you get this ball? How do you keep over the road? How do you keep over the road? I'm talking a little bit, ladies. A little harder than that. Now, right now, I need all the ladies that come and look good tonight. When I say like, let's do this shit like this. Bend over to the front, touch your toe, run that ass up and down again. Bend over to the front, touch your toe, run that ass up and down again. Bend over to the front, touch your toe, run that ass up and down again. Bend over to the front, touch your toe, run that ass up and down again. 3, 6, 9, 10, 5, tell me one more time. Get low, get low, get low, get low, get low. To the wall, What's going on, Conscious Crew? Welcome to another riveting episode of the Consciouztv platform. It is your favorite commentator, CTV, in the motherfucking house, girl. Look at how I just set y'all women up. Y'all come here to argue patriarchy, but then soon as patriarchy takes the form of a damn beat, baby, y'all be here to touch your toes and to pop your pussy on a handstand, girl, and to do all that nasty, toxic femininity, hypersexual, misogynistic, privileged-ass, sexist, gender inequality ass shit, baby. Look at how them set you up, baby. Now, how y'all gonna argue that to these men tonight? How you gonna do that? So, give me an old nasty piece of thumbs up if you're in the building. Thumbing up helps with YouTube's algorithm. You guys, it helps these YouTube CEO whores to do their share of recommending and advertising and promoting the platform so that we can continue to grow. Shout out to the 33.3, honey. We on them angel numbers these days, okay? If you're new here, please go ahead and subscribe, because if I like it, you're going to love it. We do it all here, honey. Spiritual. Well, I wanted to show y'all a knockout, a twerking girl. Look at all that ass, y'all. Look at all that ass, y'all. Woo-cha! You can never catch. Don't let me catch you slipping, honey. Go ahead, guys, and subscribe, honey. We do it all here, girl. Spirituality, metaphysics, celebrity commentary. We have all type of town hall, community, Black Panther ass meetings here, girl. This is an all-purpose platform, girl. Okay, you will get your life. You will be in tears. You will be frustrated. You will be experiencing all type of ego deaths. You'll meet Jesus along the road to Damascus, child. You know, it all goes down here. Okay. Also, you need to make sure that you have your notification bell set to all, because you never know what day or hour that the king will be king, and girl. It could be in the middle of that dick appointment. It could be while you breastfeeding that newborn baby, girl. It could be while you filing your divorce papers from that fuck nigga, girl. You just never know when CTV is coming, girl, with the download, okay? Now, with no further ado, we got to have a conversation, girl. Y'all know we've been on the road all week, child. So the saga continues, honey. We'll be getting into a men's conversation, girl. Okay, women, get your blood pressure medicine ready, child. Put out your defibrillator, bitch. You know, tie up your baby hairs. I don't want y'all bald and your wig snatched by the end of this goddamn commentary, girl. I invited some men to the platform. Matter of fact, before I let my men's in the background up, girl, to get into some things, all of my cis hetero men who follow me, I need y'all to drop down from the Bushes, the Lawrences, the Wodies, all the men's, girl. I need y'all to hit the link tonight. This is a space for y'all to get up and to share y'all experiences of the woman's community. For y'all to speak to some of these stigmas that are over Black men's head about them not protecting Black women, about them being trans and homophobic, about them divesting, girl. When they get put on, they leave your ass for Kim Kardashian, girl. Okay, we're gonna get into all them things here tonight. And what I hope that we can accomplish, you guys always know my intention is understanding. For the most part, as a cis hetero man, I ain't got nothing to do with the straight agenda going on in the world, girl. So I'm just gonna be holding the space and allowing you guys to really work through some things, figure out what's going on, honey. Allow y'all to assess the scene, allow men to just speak and share their feelings. I want you guys to keep an open mind.
I know that we are used to dragging black men and keeping our bloody heel on a motherfucking neck. But, you know, at the end of the day, black men are also victims of the same toxic, fucked up, white, patriarchal, capitalistic system as well. And we need to remember that, okay? So let's try to hear each other tonight. Let's try to be introspective. I will ask of my woman's community, girl, you know, try to just hear black men out, okay? And we will be dropping a link to allow you guys to come up and do what y'all do best. With no further ado, matter of fact, and this link right now is only for the men's, okay? Only, let me see. Only men hit the link. Only men hit the link, okay? This is not for the women. This is not the portion for the women, girl. This is the men's segment, okay? So don't hit this link. I will not be letting you up, and I will have to kick you out from backstage to keep the backstage clear so that we can allow the men to come up. And that can be gay men or straight men, but preferably straight men. This is y'all night to shine, baby. So let's go ahead. Y'all can pile up here if you have anything that you want to share and stand in solidarity with your fellow cis hetero black male peers. Oh,
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
all right, you guys. Let me bring up my fellow queer peer, Mr. Reckless Knockout. Oh, Reckless Knockout. Not Reckless Knockout, girl.
Yeah.
Reckless Logic. Baby.
You
What's
love doing
going on,
that.
Reckless Logic? Are you ready for this here discussion, child?
I'm ready for it.
All right.
And I do want to give a disclaimer because we all know that I keep my foot on toxic patriarchy. But however, this conversation is for the men to be able to express their frustrations. So I will be doing more listening tonight.
Okay, all right. Now remember, you said that.
Yeah, exactly. I'm still trying to see if I'm hopefully I hold up on it because girl, I'm seeing it now. So
Jesus. Now, the next person I'm about to bring up is also a show favorite. You guys may recognize him from one of my favorite Black millennial panels out here on these viral streets, honey. They are now over on Spotify Green Room. Mr. Balarin from The Grapevine. He's also blessed this platform. He's our big muscle Terminator, Hercules, Samson, you know, definitely. You know, when it's time for that race war, girl, we are counting on Uselessly Sexy to utilize the muscles. What's going on, Uselessly Sexy?
What's going on?
How are you doing tonight?
I'll do my best to live up to the.
Yes.
I'm gonna do my best to live up to that intro. You know.
Okay.
I'm all right. Anytime I'm not at work, I feel better. So you know.
Yes. Well, it's been a long time since you've been on the panel. I don't think you've been here since last year.
Yeah, it might be. No. Oh yeah, last year. Yeah. Because I was gonna say since I moved, I've done it, but I did move last year. So yeah, that's possible.
So yes,
last
this
year
is your debut on the platform for 2020, and you got quite an update, honey. The last time you was here, you was single and struggling to find you a Black female mate, honey. You was out here on Plenty of Fish. You was throwing your fishing rod in the little pond and pool and did you could to find you a stable, decent relationship to a Black woman, and you have managed to be taken off the market by a woman, honey. Definitely by a woman, honey.
Yeah, definitely. I hope anyway. I ain't seen no signs of anything.
Honey. But I'm gonna let you spill some of that tonight, honey, so you can trigger up Black woman in the chat and everything. But I'm happy to have you here, guys. And We do have Consciouztv here for a limited time only. He's only got shit. He probably only got 5 minutes at this damn point, but he ain't got that long here. But so we're gonna take advantage of him while we have him, and of course, you know, we more than likely will be doing more sagas and more sagas and more sagas because this is a conversation that needs plenty of unpacking. So welcome, Uselessly, and with no further ado, last but not least, honey, the man of last night's hour. Okay, don't call it a comeback, y'all. Okay, Mr. Aquarius, Mr. K.O.M, Mr. Knockout Media himself. Welcome to the platform, brother man. I can't hear you. You're mute.
My bad. You feeling yourself tonight is what I was saying.
I feel good.
Yeah.
I feel rested. I feel good about what we accomplished last night. It started off rough in the wee hours of the night, but we pushed through, and I'm expecting good things even from this dialogue too. So yeah, I'm looking forward to this. How you feeling tonight?
I feel good. I feel real good. I'm chilling.
Okay, wonderful.
I'm chilling.
So you guys know, as I said, we are here to discuss the infamous counter to protect Black women, which is protect Black men, honey. We don't hear enough of this. So, Uselessly and Knockout, what do y'all think about this notion? Do y'all feel that this is appropriate? That this should be standing equal to protect Black women? What are y'all thoughts about the trope protect Black men?
Oh, does he want to go first?
No. You got. I was gonna say go first since you don't have too much time.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I was gonna say I do think at the very least, I don't know if one should be pushed more than the other, but at the very least, I do believe should at least be on the same level, especially since technically, especially when it comes to police brutality, it's done against men. You know, their lives are usually more at danger when it comes to that type of thing. You know what I mean? I think if anything, African American women may be under threat more of men themselves, you know, particularly African American men, and it's up to us to, you know, to either change that or protect them. So because of that, I think it's both of us that need protection, you know, unfortunately.
Who do you think needs to do the protecting of Black men?
I was actually just thinking about that, and honestly, I think it is up to us. I think if you ask most men, they'll know it's up to us to protect ourselves and protect each other, you know, and I think women have been playing their role as doing their part to support that. You know what I mean? I think they support us, and it is very clear they're the ones that you see out in the marches and all that type of stuff. And that's the type of support that we need and the support that they do give us. But as far as protecting us, like on a more like practical, physical or literal sense of it, rather, I should say, it's up to men to protect ourselves.
Yeah, because I was going to ask you, do you think that is it that Black men only need protection from a biased and corrupted criminal justice system? Is there anything else that Black men need to be protected from, or needs to have empathy regarding? Especially
regarding what?
Community.
Especially say it again. Sorry, cut up.
No, I was saying, like, do you feel like there's anything else for Black men to be protected from other than the criminal justice system? Like, are Black men looking for protection just outside of that context as well? Is there something that Black men need to what do women need to understand about what Black men need or want?
From them?
Yes. because black women are screaming that black men are trash, and of course, not all black men, but this is the reason why the term men is used generally is to call all men to the conversation, including good black men, so that good black men can be holding toxic, dusty, simp ass black men accountable for their dustiness. So it's a back signal to all men's community, because men typically only really listen to men when it comes to being held accountable or being called out on their shit. They really don't be trying to hear that shit from black women or hear that shit from black queer people, etc. So we use the term generally men, when we are talking about our plights. But how do you feel about those stigmas around a black man, that black men are selfish, black men are disloyal, black men only look for power in relationships and power over others, that black men are the new white men of the black community, that black men are not interested in equality?
I'm just gonna go ahead and open a can of worms, and based on the question you just asked, like, what do men or African American men want from African American women? I'd be like, please go and go to your local library, take out the Kevin Samuels book, and read it from beginning to end, and you will see what men in general, especially African American men, want from women. And I get he was a polarizing, or even just I guess he was more of a polarizing figure, where a lot of people agreed with him and didn't agree with him, mainly because of his delivery. But I think what a lot of people tend to say is that, he speaks facts. And I always found it interesting that a lot of people were saying, oh, he has like a following, and basically saying there's like a sheep mentality as far as listening to what he said. But a lot of why I even listened to him is because he was already saying what I was thinking. If anything, he helped to just formulate it or help me understand it a little better, especially because of my past relationships. A lot of the stuff that he was saying about women were things I experienced, with my past relationships.
So
but me being me,
hold on. But don't speak generally. What specifically
exactly
things that he has said about women that you have been able to anecdotally attest to yourself?
So me being me, I'll be the first to, I'm an overthinker. I think of all sides and all that. My two past relationships clearly do not dictate all women or all African American women. Nevertheless, it's still
like you want to talk about your own personal anecdotal experiences. Yes.
Yeah, and two of the people that I've cared for very dearly, he was describing them to a T. You know what I mean? Like they had certain relationships with their parents, or their mother didn't have a father figure, and the mother might have not steered them in the right direction as far as like, hey, you need to make marriage a priority. It's more like, okay, you need to go to school, you need to, and I understand that too. I almost can't even experiences because of their past experiences. They were like, don't rely on a man. You know what I mean? You can't rely on a man. You got to get your own. And that is, I think, where a lot of people got confused with Kevin Samuels' message is he would say you need effort to find a husband if that's what you want. And it almost made it seem like he was, don't go to school. He was saying, put in that same amount of energy and focus you put into getting your degree, you have to do the same to getting a husband. Because a lot of us, men and women, a lot of us just go out here hoping to bump into the person we're going to be with for the rest of our lives. And it doesn't happen like that. I mean, when you really think of it, that's why they have arranged marriages. Like, you know what I mean? It's just like forcing it to happen. I'm trying to say, like, we have to put in work.
I want you to get like nuance with the information. So when you say that a woman needs to work for a husband, what does that look like to you? Like, what does she need to do to attract you as a husband, or to attract a black man as a spouse?
I think the way I think I could put it in a easy nutshell is that we have to embrace our roles. I think that's the first thing. And I get it, like, I'm all about equality rights. Like, if you want to go work. If you want to go build a construction town scraper, whatever you want to do. And you know, you want to play football. I believe if you want to do it, do it. Vote, whatever. I don't believe in stopping anybody, gender, from doing anything that we all should be able to do. But I think we are losing our sense of self in that. We are losing strong. I think a lot of women, when they hear what they should be or could be bringing to relationships, is seen as a weakness, when really that's their strength. For instance, like, and I feel like men, they know their purpose a little better than women right now, because we are all the men that women want. They're thriving. They're striving, I should say, to be that type of person. They want to make a certain amount of money so they can provide for themselves and their family. Most of them are going to be protectors. You know what I mean? You can ask almost any woman right now, if he was the man of the household and a robber came in and he ran, that woman might divorce him. You know what I mean? Like, yo, how you just gonna run and not protect us? You are the protector. Most men know that. They do what they can to live up to that standard. Women, they also have a role. Whether we like it or not, no matter how much we want to help, like if someone has a baby, that milk is only coming from one place. You know what I mean? There's only so much I can do. Same thing with men. In general, I'm physically stronger. I should be the protector. You know what I'm trying to say? Like I should embrace that role, but it doesn't mean because I'm physically stronger, I'm better. You know what I mean? Like the same way women can have kids. You know, it's like we embrace these types of roles so that we can settle into them easier and thrive together. But when we both are trying to lead and we're going, you know, we tend to bump heads, and I feel like that is sort of that independence, and that idea of doing things like that is what leads to some relationships sort of make sense.
Interesting. Okay.
I was just gonna end it with like, oh, go ahead.
No, I was gonna ask. So you do think that roles are necessary and helpful in terms of the gender roles? Is what you are referring to?
Absolutely, because there's some things that we can't. You know, no matter how much we want to make it equal, we might be equal, but in different ways. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, men and women are never gonna be equal because we have the same things, but we can be equal when we embrace our strengths. I think I told you I'm writing a graphic novel by you before. Something I just came up with because of the novel is, to me, what makes a man a king is someone who's willing to lay down their life to protect their kingdom. And that kingdom means everything. You know, of course, the queen, the prince, the princess, the entire kingdom, property, all that. That's what makes a man a king. And a leader, of course. To me, what makes a woman a queen is that she is prepared to do the very same thing if that man should lose his life. She is next in line, and she is willing to lay down her life to protect the kingdom. That's what makes a woman a queen. Because we throw those words around very loosely just because you're African American, or, you know, oh, hey, what up, king? What up, queen? But nah. And not anyone can just grab the crown, put it on, and be labeled a king. What makes a king is someone who's willing to lay down his life for his kingdom. And what makes a woman a queen is she is prepared to be next in line to do that if that man ends up losing his life. You know what I'm trying to say? And I think when you kind of break that down, you start to understand, like, you know, it's okay to embrace your role. Like, all right, allow that man to be the provider, allow him to be the protector, and then you embrace your roles. Like, it's not that he won't help raise the children, but you will probably be the primary caretaker of the children. You know what I mean? And it don't mean like he should be sitting on his butt doing nothing, but you embrace those roles, because like Kevin Samuels used to say, he'd be like, how many kids do you want? Oh, you want 2, 3? When are you gonna go back to work? Oh, now you haven't been to work in like 10 years. Like, he really breaks it down where it's like, we don't think about these things. Because when you start asking women after they have that one kid, it's like, yeah, how am I supposed to work? That is a lot. How are you supposed to work and take care of kids? So then if you're not taking care of them, it's daycare. And you got to pay for that. So you got to make a certain amount of, like, you know what I mean? So all these idealistic things that we think we we should be like that we want, and it might not be attainable on a average salary, is like we really have to think of these things. So we start becoming independent, talking about we want to work, make all this money. But then when you have kids, it's like you might not even be able to go back to work. And now you over here, you didn't embrace your role, and you don't even, you think you're trying to fight all these feminist standards that you think is like a cliche, and you don't want to fall into that role. But when it comes to it, that's you're gonna have to do it. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I definitely do.
I hope I'm speaking clearly and concisely. I know I can rant, so forgive me.
You think that women are really getting in their own way by resisting the systems that are already in place for what you feel is a cohesive relationship. Your role as the queen, ultimately take care of home, protect the kids. I'll provide for the family. I will provide the infrastructure, and you create the substance within. And you think that women are kind of getting in their own way with all this feminist shit, and no, it can't, because you are ultimately saying that there can't be two alphas or two heads. Somebody got to be the head and somebody got to be the tail in the relationship.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Okay.
And one thing that I hate to go back to Kevin Samuels again, but when he used to say partnership, because a lot of women, when they be like, oh, what do you want in a marriage and all that, oh, I want a partnership, da, da, da. And he used to be very adamant about it's not a partnership. Because you'd be like, when do you see a company with two CEOs, there's always someone who's at the head. There's always someone at the head. And if you don't want to allow that man to lead, and that's a part of his role, his leading, then you're going to bump heads. Unless you have a man who's just kind of okay with, you know what I mean? Of course, there's exceptions. But for the most part, that's the part of that man's role is to lead.
Okay. Now,
Lord Jesus.
this is interesting. So I wanted to ask you one more thing before I allow the other men to get in this conversation. Is you speaking of the dating pool? I know that when Black women feel like there's a shortage of good, solid, eligible, qualified Black male singles. But you yourself, as a independent, working class millennial man, struggled to actually find qualified Black female romantic partners, and you have been on the dating scene quite some time, intentionally seeking a romantic relationship with preferably a Black woman, and that was to no avail. And I know on this platform you had shared some of the things you've experienced, that for whatever reason you attract a lot of non-ethnic women, and I wanted to ask you like a quick question about, can you refresh my memory on why do you think non-melanated women were hitting the tab more so than your own melanated female counterparts?
I mean, to be honest, I can't even say that's the case, because I've dated primarily African American women, or of the likes, my entire life. So I can't even say they never really, it didn't work necessarily. Because even the relationship,
you was almost
strung
strung
out again?
on. I said it didn't work. You was almost strung out on crack over your last situation.
Absolutely. Like I will say that was a very profound experience for me. Like that previous breakup, like it hit hard. You know what I mean? Like I was, me being a comedian, I usually turn a lot of things into like, I take a lot of things lightly, in a sense. I see humor in everything. But for that, it definitely gave me a sense of, I became more empathetic because of the pain I felt. I was just able to, I was like, well, damn, I'm feeling this much pain, and this person they didn't even die. You know what I mean? Like this, yeah, and I feel this pain. So I could see what it's like when someone loses someone dear to them, and all, you know what I mean? Or even when girls used to be like, "Oh, I miss him," and da, 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 da. And I'm just like, "Yo, why you so strong over this dude?" But you know, I just didn't feel it that deep, and that was that experience that allowed me to, to see that.
Well, just to
And
give a little bit of an
lo and behold,
origin story, you were experiencing a
say
lot
that
of
again.
what black women. I said, just to give a little bit of an origin story in your last situation to a black woman, you were kind of being taken through the ringer in ways that are similar to what black women complain about. She didn't know really what she wanted. She wanted her cake
Yeah.
and have to eat it too. She wasn't really willing to commit. There was all this mixed signaling. You were kind of wearing your heart on your sleeve, and she was just not being sure of herself, and it was like this tug of war and in and out and etc. And eventually y'all just end up going y'all separate ways. And I know you had
Yeah.
shared with me as well that like when you would be on these dating apps, a lot of the white girls would be like swiping right or however the swiping goes, because I don't use these dating apps. But so after a long stint of dealing with the bullshiggity in the dating community, because I know like me and you in the past have talked on the platform, and what a lot of people don't know about you is that you are into fashion design, right? You actually design clothes.
Yeah.
Okay, and which is something that would probably be surprising to a lot of people because you look like a goddamn Navy SEAL. Okay. So the fact that you are in the fashion industry is like, what? And you're also like a really, really, really nice guy. Growing up, did you feel like you had your pick of the litter? Like of the litter?
Oh, hell no.
Did you feel like
hell
okay, so that's what I want you to get into. I want you to get into all of that. Like
hell no.
share your experience. Like, how were you treated in the dating world? What did you like? Share. What was your experience?
I mean, I'd have to say like 70% of my stand-up materials about how I can't get chicks, so I couldn't get chicks. You know what I mean? I'd be out there hollering left and right. I mean, first of all, I had no game. I don't know if you need game to get chicks, but I definitely had no game. Have no game. So maybe that was a part of it too. You know, everyone struggles with their own self-conscious or, you know, whatever they feel, you know, whatever. But yeah, so I didn't growing up. I definitely wasn't like a Mac or nothing like that, but
even when you turned into the Terminator, it was shocking to me that you did just not have panties being thrown at your face every time you stepped out the house.
Yeah,
I mean,
I definitely did not.
You are fit. You can pay your own bills. You don't need nobody to pay for an Uber. Like, you can take care of your own.
I'm okay with a split.
Yeah, but perfectly fine with the split if it's gonna be offered. But like, and you still didn't notice much of a change even after you kind of acquired, you know, like your own means, and also, you know, like you got. Look, I'm about to pull up your Instagram, okay? I'm about to show the women, Suddy.
That's funny.
Hold on. Let me show y'all. I don't know if you got any body pictures up here uselessly.
Probably not too many. I tend to be shy.
Look at this jawbone, y'all. This is illegal bone structure. Illegal bone structure. Okay. Putting Wesley Snipes in Blade completely out of business. Blade who? Wesley who? Okay. I'm trying to give them a glimpse of this body, yada 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 yada. Comedian. Now he's a comedian, you guys. So his Instagram is a gag, okay?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
He is a stand-up comedian. He works in the fashion industry. You know who you familiar? Godfrey, the comedian. Godfrey.
I do not like him.
Why? You guys remind me of each other. And this is him from Grapevine, one of our favorite shows. Ashley Atuna even liked the post. Look at that. Not being shady today. Ashley not being shady. Like, so bring it. Oh, here, Jesus Christ, black women. How did you let this? How black women? How the
Oh man.
black women? What's wrong with y'all? Oh my god!
I know they turn me. I've seen the comments.
He can just lift you up in the air like that.
Oh man.
See how you can climb your backside like that without breaking the sweat? Oh my god. Jesus. Look, so you spent time giving black women the opportunity to love on all this. And
I've been in a lot of DMs.
And then, Balarin, you end up in a relationship. And you and it's not to a black woman.
Nah.
So tell me how that happened, and were you surprised?
To be honest, I was. And the funny thing is, growing up, I guess because of, I don't know, who I am, my personality, a lot of people would think I dated nothing but white women. They would meet me and be like, you date nothing but white women, right? And I just start laughing. Like, first of all, I never even dated a white woman. I was like, I don't object to it, but I never even did. But it was just funny that people would meet me, and because of, I guess, how I talk or what I'm into, they think that I fit that kind of stereotype of the quote unquote black dude who only likes white women or whatever. And that's just never been me. Every time they would ask me that, oh, you date white women? I'd be like, I date women, because that's really was for me. Like, I grew up in Newark. I was born in Newark. I moved when I was 7. So I grew up in Bloomfield, which is a completely diverse town in New Jersey. And it's right next to Newark. But it's predominantly white. But I still hung out with all Americans, but I also had friends who were Caucasian. And growing up in my household, my mom was always like, I don't care who you bring home. And I don't know if that was an influence, but I never really had a preference for when it came to ethnicity. I won't lie, I don't necessarily want, and nothing against light-skinned people. I don't really care to have light-skinned babies. You know what I mean? If I did have a baby, I would like him to look more like me, but that's something small. You know what I mean? If I love the person, we having kids, it don't really matter. You know, I just don't want no Drake babies. I can't relate to Drake. You know, that's the only thing. But I mean, apart from that, like, I get it. I get the stigmatism that comes. Yeah, I don't want no Drake babies. I'm not. I'm not in a crew, but I mean, and that might be funny to some people because I'm dating a Caucasian one, and you would have asked me, I would have never. I thought of it before. I was like, I can't even picture myself like marrying one, dating one. But I mean, I was, after that relationship that we just spoke of briefly, that was a hard breakup, and I met her on a dating app, and I guess I should mention she's Polish though, so she's only been here for like 11 years. Mm-hmm. And I think the biggest I honestly don't think it would work as well if she was like straight Caucasian, but because of the way she was brought up, it is, I'm Nigerian, so she does have a lot more traditions. Like, I don't know how to say it, because I don't want to make it sound like there are no African American women who don't do these types of things. You know what I'm trying to say? But yes, for me, all the African American women I dated, I saw the difference between her. For instance, I don't know if
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I was about to say, so the last girl that I dated that we was talking about, I think I told you the story, I don't know. But she came to my house for Thanksgiving. This was the first time. And culturally, this is a culture thing for me. Like, just to make an effort or the gesture to like help clean up the table after Thanksgiving, because my sister-in-law was there. It was just like it was like, everyone had already left. So I asked her, like, yo, just offer to clean the table. She probably will ask you not to, but just gesture it. You know what I mean? And she refused to even ask. She was like, I'm the guest. She might have been facetious at the time, but it didn't matter because she refused to even ask, you need help to clear the table. And it was my mom and my sister-in-law doing it. The fact that I even had to ask you to do it is one thing. And the fact that you even denied or refused is a second. And, and it's just the difference of now I'm dating this Polish girl, and some people might be like, oh, you a sellout, da 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 da. But she went through the effort of uh sending my mother flowers for Flowers Day. I mean, for Flowers Day, for Mother's Day. And on top of that, asked a coworker who happened to be Nigerian how to write the note that comes with the flower in Yoruba, in my traditional language. You know what I'm saying? So it was those extra
So
steps
she
that
was
she
detailed, honey.
exact. You know what I mean? And because some people might look at her like, oh, she white, but at the end of the day, I'm Nigerian. My culture is going to be different from African Americans too. You know what I mean? It's not necessarily like,
So
yeah,
are
we have
you saying,
similarities.
Lauren? So are you saying that like these little nuances in romance are just as significant to men as they are to women? Because I know that women pay attention to these type of details in relationships as well. Like the small things really count, like the very subtle observations made about the person. So these things mean just as much to men as well in relationships.
Absolutely. And it's a shame that we think otherwise because I'll go back to I'm sorry, I'll go back to Kevin Samuels. He was saying things like, you think men don't want these things, like a little love note here and there. And he was like, you better do that. And when he said that, I was like, oh, snap. That's what she does. You know what I mean? Like she was making lunch and leaving little love notes in there. Da, da, da. And it don't matter if you're the kind of guy who's like, I don't want it or I don't care for it. But when you get in it, and if it were to stop, you're going to be like, oh, damn, something happened? She about to break up with me? Like, why she stop? You know what I mean? Like, we do care about those things because that's what balance is. If I'm a man and I predominantly have like testosterone, I'm supposed to be the tough guy and all that. Women are supposed to be bringing in that femininity. And those are those types of things that some men may not do, but when you provide it, it's something that's missing from their lives, and you provide that. So when Kevin Samuels used to be like, "Oh, you're too much in your masculinity," you're giving something that he already has, and he doesn't want that. So those little things that you think men don't care about or don't want is absolutely what they're missing is what they need.
Do you think that there's do you think that how can I say this? Do you think that Black women in general, obviously these are generalizations, do you think that there is a certain standard of masculinity that Black women are seeking? And do you think that whatever that standard is, you body it?
I don't think they're necessarily. I think they're seeking. Damn, how can I say this? I don't think they're seeking it on purpose, but I think culturally we a lot of them are thrown in that path, if that makes sense. Like for instance, for example, if you grow up in a single mother household and it's just your mom and she has a bad stigmatism about men in general, and she's like, you know what, F men, get your money, get your degree, get this, da, 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 da. You kind of setting her up to be masculine. All that independent stuff, I don't need somebody, da, da, that is kind of a masculine thing. When you say, I make my own money, I don't need anybody. You kind of setting yourself up to be hard, to be like a tough shell. And when you think about it, that sounds like a man. And that's what you kind of drop. And then by the time you're like 30 something, getting your PhD and all that, it's almost a little too late to make those changes where you have to learn to be a little softer. Because that's what most of these men likely want. They don't want someone is like a homie. You know what I mean? Like they don't. They really don't. Not to marry. And that's the bigger confusion right there. A lot of people think because a dude will talk to you, mess with you and all that. But if he's not marrying you, if that's what you want, if that's the end result you know you want and you're not getting it, then that's your answer right there. He'll mess with you to a point, but if you're not providing what he actually wants, which is probably femininity and everything that comes with that, so
Okay. How much more time do you have left?
I got like 10, 15 minutes. I'm getting
Okay,
this stink
cool.
out.
Okay. I want to let some of the. Okay, so this is interesting. Okay, so hold that thought, Mr. Baloran. I want to open up the floor to the other men. I want to welcome Big Rainy and Asar to the panel, who I know is the husband of Miss Paris, who's in the chat and is a subby here. Asar, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can. How are you?
Okay, I am wonderful. Welcome to the platform. Happy to have you here. I believe this is your first time being on the panel, even though I'm very familiar with your wonderful wife.
Yes.
So, you know, I don't know. So we're here discussing the experiences of Black men, and there are a lot going on. There's a lot going on around Black women's experience of Black men, which isn't too good right now.
Correct.
What are your thoughts about some of the notions about Black men divesting, Black men being selfish, toxic masculinity, patriarchy? How do you feel about this notion that Black men are trash? And could you speak to your feeling around those things and Black men needing protection as well as Black women?
Okay, first off, I want to thank you, sir, for having me because you didn't have to hit that button. You didn't have to look over there. You didn't have this. You did not have to say a SAR. You did not have to. Okay, so I am grateful for that. I am a character, and I'm grateful for that. And I've watched you a few times, because I don't. Let me tell you the truth. I don't really get into too much of this, but when my wife told me about you, and she said, "Yeah, conscious TV," I'm like, okay, a lot of different things out there. There's a lot going on, like but he's speaking some shit. He's speaking some shit. I say, okay, let me holler at him because he's speaking some shit. So I'm here, and this topic grabbed me. It's like I put the blunt down. I say, let me grab this topic because this one here, I gotta put in my pocket. I gotta do it. I gotta put it in my pocket. I say, how can I get on there? I said, how can I talk to conscious? How? She said, just do it. Just get on there. I said, well, here, set it up here. And I'm here. And I'm grateful to be here.
Yes.
And I'm grateful to be heard. No one knows who I am. I have 0 followers. And I like it that way because I have a lot of information. And the people who grab a hold of this information is meant to have it. Okay?
Okay.
So, and that's how I feel about it.
We are all ears. Uh-oh. I think your audio.
Okay.
I think your audio is going out, Asar. If you can hear me.
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I think I can hear you.
Okay. We keep saying, okay. We keep saying the problem between different sexes. We keep saying the problems. The problem ain't between the different sexes. The problem is with yourself. See, most people like to throw off issues instead of working on issues. You're gonna keep going through the same thing mentally. Shit. Oh, conscious, I got a phone call. Hold on 1 second.
Okay. While Asar taking care of that, can you guys thumbs up the video while you guys are in the building, please?
Yeah, 1 second, sir. I'm so sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so
I think your audio has cut out again, Asar. If you can hear me, because we can't hear you.
I'm so ready to hear what he says, but
yes,
each time.
I know he got a phone call coming in, so we're gonna let him figure. Let him get all that adjusted. You know, doing things live comes with a lot of technical difficulties. You know, all things happening in the moment. Audio, phone calls, the children, a Ballard over there baking birthday cakes and shit in the oven. You know, it can be all type of things going on in real time. So
I just wish I could have responded to some of these comments. It's funny, but I mean,
you definitely can.
Oh no, don't even look at the comments. You'll lose it.
Yeah. Oh,
you mentioned Kevin Samuel. You mentioned Kevin Samuel, so it's already over. Just go ahead.
I wish you had time to be here, Ballard, for when I drop the link and some of these commenters become made in the flesh and can come talk. Y'all can actually engage, because I will be dropping the link for them.
Hey, Conscious.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. Forgive me.
No problem. So just getting straight back into it. So you was about to go into the problem is not the sexist.
Yeah, the problem isn't the sexist. The problem is ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
It's us. It's me. It's my wife. It's everybody that's around us. It's everybody. It's yourself. That's the problem. That's the problem that we have, Conscious. No one wants to take responsibility for the issue. And let me tell you the issue. Here's the issue. The issue is the fact that now this ain't gonna make too much sense right now, that we should not be blamed for anything. But yet here we are being blamed. Everything that has happened to us has been a ripple effect from the way our parents was taught, our grandparents was taught, and our ancestors. You follow me? So if we want to get the root of a problem, we got to go back to the issue, which is how did my beautiful woman become so irate? Why does my man dislike me so much? Things like this. Those are the topics right there that we talk about it, but we talk around it. We always want to point. No, it's the woman. She did this. No, if you didn't do this, then I wouldn't have did that. Let's focus on the issue. Which is all of us taught in not be living right now, and we should get everything straight.
It's everyone. Mm-hmm. It's both black men and black women.
The issue is yourself. Black men and black women is yourself. That's the issue. If we work on ourselves, then things around us will change. You see, we're in a let's just take a black man for instance, and I'm gonna just make this analysis about how powerful the mind is. Mm-hmm. If you're a black man and you're in a car, let's just say you don't have your L's or your tags expired. The first thing gonna happen is, in your mental state, is you're gonna get pulled over. Okay? So this whole time for about 5 minutes during this drive from your house, you're gonna get pulled over by the police because your L's ain't straight. And what happened? You get pulled over. And what are you now? Are you psychic? No, you're not psychic. You have just did a mental hack on yourself. You have mentally, right, you've mentally drawn in and attracted what you put out. So we keep putting out the same thing, expecting different results to happen in our marriages, in our relationships, in everything. We put out the same thing and then expect something different. Okay, so you know what's different? If you would take time with yourself, you would go into yourself, something that they taught us not to do when we were children. They taught us if we talk to ourselves as a child, you crazy. But that's the very entity that you're supposed to be listening to, is yourself, which in the spiritual realm we call the higher self. Okay, so that's where you find all your answers. You figure out all your problems. Your problems figure out you through karma, and then you get restitution on the other end. Other than that, you're still spinning your wheels, and you're talking about things that you think are relatable, and it is relatable because guess what? You've made it that way to yourself. So the issue is not how the black women feel about the black men. It is an issue because it's present, but we can't keep talking about who's at fault to get a solution. We have to figure out number one the issue, and I've already from my perspective, I've learned that the issue was me because everything I'm saying right now, I was that person. I was that person. I was that horrible person. I did things. I did some horrible shit, conscious, horrible. I've been married over 18 years. I did some horrible stuff, and I didn't physically fix it. I couldn't because if I was doing what I thought was best, using the left side of my brain when I was supposed to be using the right, okay? And I don't mean that like right is right. I'm literally mean the right side of the brain. That's where the information is being filtered into, and you grab it more. You're more receptive with the right. So that's what was happening. So I had to step back, had to go through my karma, being homeless for 3 years, knowing you can get a job. I had to go through my karma, calling on people to try to help me. And ain't nobody, these same people that helped me before, can't nobody help me now. I had to go through my shit, me, to come out differently on the other end. Nobody goes through my shit with me. I'm married and I still went through my shit by myself in the same hotel room by myself because that's how the universe works. You came here by yourself. You met that spouse on the way. You met your twin flame on the way, but you came here by yourself. If that makes any sense, sir. And I don't want to ramble too much, so I'm gonna open it back up.
It's a lot of women who are agreeing with you and big upping you on emotional intelligence, which I do have to big up you on as well. I do agree that we all
Thank you.
individually have to do our fair share of unpacking and self-assessment, and especially in the context of just having a better relationship to ourselves, which then is what we give away to the world outside of ourselves, is what we're giving to ourselves within. So for sure. Now, before I open the panel back up to the rest of the fellas, I want to ask you this question too. Because I know like a lot, because we have these conversations here all the time, and something that I noticed that black men do sometime in general is they sometimes black men will use their anecdotal experiences as a way to discredit the systemic issue regarding patriarchy, with you saying that pretty much like our community needs healing in general, both men and both women on the other side. Do you believe that there is an overarching patriarchal power structure over both black men and black women? And what do you say to black men about assisting black women in dismantling that toxic patriarchal construct? Like, we're seeing in the women's community that there's a pay gap that they are fighting for, that there's a domestic violence issue against women, and the data reflects that black women are the larger recipients of that violence on a societal level. We see also that black women make up the bigger population regarding sexual assault and sexual abuse. We also see through the Me Too movement that women are largely disproportionately targeted in terms of sexual exploitation in business, etc. And so we see this toxic masculine cloud over woman's community, certainly, Black women's community. What do you say to that power structure? As a man yourself, like, do you see that power structure yourself? Do you think that Black women are in the danger they say that they're in, that even the data reflects that they're in, or do you have another perspective to the way you interpret the oppression that women are experiencing?
Okay, so the oppression that women are experiencing. This I don't want to. I don't because my wife, she know me, and I'm so straight down the board
Mm-hmm.
to where it's like I just can't say that that because a woman, she's a woman, and a man is a man. And they go through the same thing but differently. So everything that a woman needs to realize about a man, that a man needs to realize about a woman, is one. It's just one word. It's basically understanding, and understanding that everything has its course, and everything has its purpose. It's been times in the past where you had to go through something just to come out greater, far greater on the other end. And this conscious, could you go out there tomorrow, and what we're talking about, could you go out there tomorrow and speak and stop everything that's happening?
No.
Okay. So that's basically what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Everything has its course. Everything has its course, and everything. If the course is like female, what my woman has gotten her whole entire existence, belittling. You can't turn on a rap song without hearing bitch this, bitch that. You everywhere. It's bad. It's bad. Now you got them thinking that the ass that they have ain't enough. Come on. Like who are you trying to reach? This world and put some make believe shit in everybody's head. Who are we trying to reach here? We've lost sight and focus on what we need to reach, and
Mm-hmm.
that is us within higher self, the one that speak to us and tell us what to do, who to talk to, how long you gonna be with this person. So don't get invested. This right here is for this purpose. That's what my higher self tells me, and I listen. Okay, I listen. So the issue with everything is understanding. Black man, understand your woman. Understand that she really ain't at fault. She ain't. She just giving you what she was given.
Mm.
Black woman, understand your man. He giving you what he was given. That man didn't tell you everything about his past. And it's some things he was strong enough to overcome. My dad whooped my mom's ass almost every day in Mississippi, bro. Every day. I'm
Mm-hmm.
not beating on my girl, but I did bring some attributes over. You follow me? So understand. We need a more of an understanding right now more than anything. It's so much content out there. It's so much content. That's why when I talk, I make sure conscious that I have something to say.
Mm-hmm.
That's why when my wife, she said, she like, I said, as soon as I seen it, I said, how do I get in that room? Because I have something to say, and when I don't have anything to say, I am quiet, and you can't get me to say nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not that type of person that's gonna sit there and figure out the right answer. No, sir, I am in tune with my higher self. My higher self speaks to me and tells me the balanced answer to give instead of the biased answer. And I'm probably gonna leave it right there, sir.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. I don't think I've ever heard a single man on my platform in all the years I've been a content creator put so much emphasis on self-awareness and
Mm.
self-actualization and spiritual attunement and
Mm.
higher self and seeking solidarity and safety from within and allowing that to be reflected. So I think that those were really, really, really great talking points. Thank you for sharing that, Asar.
Yes, yes. I
Yeah,
really appreciate you, sir.
yeah. And you can stick around if you want, of course. Like you can stick around if you want to hear some of what the other fellas have to say and respond to some of that stuff. Or if you have to go, that's also fine as well. But if you want to stick around, you can.
You know what? I'm here.
Okay.
I'm gonna tell. I'm gonna just tell you what I'm doing, Doc. I'm sitting in the car with my bestie, and we smoking a fatty. So I'm here, sir.
Okay.
I'm here for you. I'm here for everybody commenting. I'm here for Paris is set, and I'm definitely here for anybody that has anything to say.
Okay. See, that's why you talking all that God stuff because you're getting high.
Don't do that now. Don't even do that.
You're getting
Don't
high.
even do that.
Talking to the Most High.
Look, conscious. Look, don't even do that now. Don't even do it now. Okay, don't even do it.
I might need to pull out the bong myself and join
Hey,
everybody in the sky in the rap.
I'm telling you.
All right, thank you for that, brother man.
Yes.
I want to let
No worries.
those were great talking points. I want to let some of the fellas knock out uselessly. Big Rainy, what do y'all feel about what Asar shared about self-awareness? How important is that as a man? Do y'all think that men do that enough?
I don't think we do it enough. Could you hear me, Conscious?
Yes, I can hear you loud, live, and in color.
Okay. I don't think we do it enough. And like the brother was speaking, we have to come from the places.
Hold on for 1 second.
Pardon me?
A Big Rainy. Hold on for 1 second. A Big Rainy. I want to get uselessly. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I just got your message in the back chat, so I know you was on a time crunch and you got to bounce apparently. But is there something that you want to kind of leave as a cliffhanger until next time that you want to say because I'm sure there's a lot that you are responding to in the chat and things, and definitely. But seeing as I'm telling your ass, we need to do this. We got stuff to do, so we need to get these panels situated.
I mean, I'll say this much. I know I'm not the most articulate person. I ran a lot. I have a lot of thoughts, so it could be hard to follow me. But if I can attempt to try to clarify, I'm the type of person, I've never been someone who's gonna like put down women, let alone African American women, or especially when compared to another ethnicity at that. Because I saw some people in the comments say, "Oh, you don't gotta, put down black women to put up your girl." I ain't never do that. And I would never do that. She's a woman, same as any other woman. That's how I see it. There are differences, don't get me wrong, because she tried to pull that, I don't see color crap. And I was like, nah, you're going to need to see color, because if I get pulled over, you need to see the difference of why I might be shivering. You know what I mean? Like, I don't play that. Like, I'm not one of those people that's like, I think I'm white or that. No, I grew up in Bloomfield, New Jersey. I've been called the N-word more than most black people who live in the black communities because you don't encounter that crap. You know what I'm trying to say? So, like, my experience is a lot different. So I just take people for who they are. And at the end of the day, the reason why I like Kevin Samuel so much is because when you really listen to his message, he just wants to get the community back place. And the only way we're gonna do that is to rebuild the family structure. And right now it's lacking in our community. So while the women, when they hear men complaining about women, the same way, because I'll admit, I hate when I hear women talking about men are dogs, because I felt like I wasn't one of them. You know what I mean? So it used to just irk me. I think I even said that on the grapevine. Same kind of discussion. I was like, well, then if say Ty is trash, Luke is trash, not men, because don't put me in that category. What I'm trying to say is we both have work to do. Men, obviously, there are some men who are not the best providers, caregivers, the ones who hit, the ones who do, cheat, do all this stuff. But of course, that does not mean they are all bad. There are good men, and you have to choose from there. And we need to get the ones who aren't there on that level. And it's the same thing with women. All women are not angels. All women are not perfect. There's women who cheat. There's women who do abuse with, it's differently. It might not be physical, verbal abuse. That issue really does affect your mind. So I think these are things that we need to learn about, understand each other, understand what we both want, so then we can rebuild the family structure. And I think that's the point we need to get to
Do you
ultimately.
do you think that there's enough? Do you think that the good black men of the black men's community do enough of holding toxic black men accountable and do enough calling out the toxicity of the
See, for me,
mm,
oh, sorry, I was gonna say for me that's hard to even gauge, because how do we even gauge that? Who says something? By famous people? You know what I mean? Like, but I feel like that's how we gauge it. Like, oh, there's more women coming out saying something. But what about the everyday man who's on their own Twitter or their own page or doing something like what you're doing, that's speaking out against it and standing up for them? We don't see enough of that. I feel like we gauge it by what we see in the media, and maybe a lot of those male figures who are in this limelight don't do enough, and maybe that's why it seems like men don't care enough. You know what I mean? But I don't think that is the actual case, because a lot of the men I know, they care
mm,
about women and they'll protect women they know or don't know. You know what I mean? And that helped to guide me, like, okay, this is what we're supposed to do. So we need to see more examples of that. It needs to be displayed more, because it is actually happening, but it's just not what you see. You know what I mean? Especially with stuff like social media. We chase the salacious stuff. If a dude's out here cursing someone out, you biatch, da, 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 that's what we're gonna go look at. We ain't gonna see. You know what I mean? So I think that's where it gets misconstrued, that we think that men don't care about their women and stuff like that. Like, that's absolutely not true. Absolutely not true.
mm. Okay. When can I look forward to you coming back to the platform? I'm happy because I know you gave us a little bit more than what you initially tried.
Yeah.
I'm glad that you joined, because I think that men's like the sexes are battling it out. So I definitely think that it's fair for men to be able to show up in the conversation and talk about their plight and their experiences of women in some of the ways that they're being stigmatized, and what you guys think and what y'all experiences are. But we definitely got to get back together, Mr. Uselessly, and so you can also respond to some of this stuff in the comment section.
Yeah.
Before you sound off, what I guess anything that you want to leave the panel on the note of?
No, not really. I just think we need to be able to listen to each other and do our best to understand each other, because if we just come in with our minds already made up, then it's already over. You know what I mean? We really need to try to sit down, listen to each other, and that way we could come to a resolution, a better outcome.
Okay. Okay. Well, I would definitely text you and send when you are available for these black women in the chat to drag the hell out of you, and we'll set up that panel.
Oh yes, definitely. Let me know, please. And it's
Okay.
always a pleasure to be on here, man. I
Yes.
appreciate it.
Thank you so much for being here, Valarin. I appreciate you.
No problem.
Tell the woman who's taking care of you and all them muscles hello. Continue to do a wonderful job, okay? And I
For
will.
real.
I'll definitely text you, and don't burn the goddamn kitchen down. All right.
Thank you. All right.
All right. That was uselessly sexy, you guys. Now he may still be in the string for a little while. Now to the panel. Oh, I think Asar is missing as well. Okay. So Big Rainy, Knockout, you guys are here. Open floor to share.
I just
y'all
want to say,
experiences.
that I noticed one thing with cisgender people, be they gay, straight, or whatever, as long as all of them have a dick, they all hang together. And it's usually us transgenders, we are on the outside. I'm talking about with black people. My experience with black males is that whether they gay or straight, they will unify even if they don't like each other, against the transgender men, especially transgender men, because we were once female bodied. So we have really no say so because transgender females have more of a say so on these platforms than trans men. Throughout the antisocial medium, I noticed that male bodied people have a greater presence and they're more assertive, more aggressive or whatever. And so us trans men, we really like invisible, especially black trans men. That's why so many of us are stealth, and we choose to say, motherfuck all of y'all, we just gonna go stealth and go on about our damn business. But I'm one of the odd few that choose to step out and say, look, I am a trans man and I have a voice in this situation. Now, I may agree with 10% of what Kevin Samuel says, but 90% of it I disagree with because I am a Muslim man. How's this son of a bitch going to be saying, go and you got to have sex with a man by the third date? Who the hell is he? He's not those women's daddies. So he's misguiding women. He's guiding men and women straight into hell and into fornication. So if a woman chooses to if a woman follows Kevin Samuel's bullshit and say, okay, I'm going to get myself to this son of a bitch by the third date, and then the so-called high value son of a bitch dips after he got the sex from the girl, how the hell is she going to feel? He did not promote responsibility between male and female relational dynamics. He promoted more animosity. Okay, I would not go out with a morbidly obese woman because I know she doesn't care about herself. But I don't care if she has extra weight on her. If she's walking, she's eating right, she takes care of herself, she loves herself, fine. I love a voluptuous woman. I don't care if she's kind of fat. Who the fuck cares? I'm looking at character. Kevin Samuels was about superficial imagery. He was always playing with his cufflinks like a fancy dandy man and fixing up his little light show and all that shit. He was all illusion and delusion. Because if a man got to say to you, he's going to look in your face and say, this is what I need to say to you. I don't need no sound effect, no light show. I don't fluff and all that. He wanted to make people feel less than him, especially black women. I have 3 sisters. Okay. And I'd be damned if I'm going to let some son of a bitch talk shit about my black sisters. Okay, I'm going to be ready to slit the nigga's throat. Because that's how I get my sister. They're not related to me but they're related to me by heart. And they are black. Except for one. She happens to be Latino and Caucasian. But my 2 other sisters are black. So how would I feel if it's some nigga up in here talking shit about black women? And I know what my sister's been through. I know what their struggle is. My sisters are not some ghetto ass hair weave, long raptor claw wearing women. They don't wear makeup. They don't do raptor claws. They don't do hair weaves. They're very responsible and kind and very feminine. I'm not attracted to mannish women. I'm not attracted to women who cuss and swear or who are vulgar or whose voice is lower than mine. But you know what? My sisters, one of their voices is lower than mine. And I love her dearly. So I don't get all of this animosity between black people because until we get together, we're going to continue to dissimulate. And as for Knockout Media, I stand with the brother. He has a right to say what the fuck he feels like saying because when the shit was jumping off a few years ago, he came and stood up for black women. And he stood up for transgender people like myself. He took the beat down from Fupa and Crew and everybody else. He stood up for Miss Miko. He stood up for myself. He stood up for Miss Prissy Poodle. He stood up for other women and trans people that were singled out. Lay off of Knockout. He's a good man. And I'm glad that he stood up for himself. I don't care if you agree with some of what Kevin Samuel say. Knockout Media is still my brother. And just because we may disagree on some issues does not give me the right to throw him away. Too many of you people here on this internet thing, y'all fickle as fuck. If Knockout Media caters to your make you feel good and tickle your little ears, you hang with him. But when he mans up and says what he feels, all of a sudden you throw him away. That's not black unity. That's black selectivity. Hey, long as he says he makes me feel good, I'll rock with Knockout Media. But as soon as he bucks the feminist agenda or he bucks my agenda, he's thrown into the garbage. Knockout Media is not misogynist. He's not sexist. He's not hateful. He's an amazing young man, and he sure as hell ain't gay. He likes women. Okay? I don't know him personally, but from what I seen of what that young man, I tip my hat to him. Okay? I tip my hat to him because here's the thing. He did not have to step up. He did not have to step up. All he had to do was keep on focusing on his motorsports and this motorcycling sports and what makes him happy. But he stepped into the ring and he took licks for me. He took licks for many of the women that are in those chats. But when he started manning up and standing up as a man, all of a sudden these women just want to turn on him. He is a man. He has testosterone. Testosterone is a little more is dominant than estrogen. Men and women are not the same, but yet they're equal. Every piece of the puzzle is equal. However, they're not the same, but they complete the picture. And until, I don't know how to say this, but until we learn to acquiesce and hear each other out, is nothing gonna get done. Okay, is nothing gonna get done. Somebody kind of like, tried. I'm speaking to you too. Until we learn to hear each other with our hearts, ain't shit gonna get done. Okay, Knockout Media dared to stand up for his belief system, and many people bucked him and turned on him and unsubscribed from him. But guess what? That's not going to discount him as a man. Okay, that's not going to discount him as a man. So all I can say is that we have to learn to each other with our hearts. Not with our heads, not with our egos, not with our attitudes, but with our hearts. As for Kevin Samuels, I wish his family well, because you know what? He hated on women so much that Mrs. Karma herself came up and said, okay, you're going to die in the presence of a non-black woman who would just step over your cold carcass and walk the hell out of the door. So he had that coming, because in many ways he made disparaging marks about women who had, how the hell are you going to open up? How tall are you and how much do you weigh? What the fuck? So these women who were into being beat down, these women are low self-esteem. They call into that motherfucking show and get beat down. And I would cringe for the women. I was like, God, dog. And I wish I was their brother, because I would call Kevin Samuels and check his ass. But they signed up for that. They didn't have to call into that motherfucking show. They didn't have to call into his show, but they did. And they took that L and that beat down from that dude. Kevin Samuels, 9 times out of 10, he had mommy issues. He had relationship issues, and he was a hurt man. Hurt people. So he should have gotten some therapy instead of jumping on YouTube and garnering 1.5 million subscribers with peddling hate against women. He should have went and got some therapy and say, look at here, I got a twisted view of black women. Because I had a twisted view of black women, because it was black women who sexually molested me and tortured me for the first 17 years of my life. But guess what? I went and got therapy. I went and got help, because I knew that if I didn't, I would have a skewed, twisted, misogynistic view of black women. And I knew that not all black women are abusive psychopaths. I knew that there are millions, billions of beautiful black women out there who would love me and accept me for myself. That's the reason why I got the help. Because had I not gotten the help, I would have had the same twisted views that Mr. Kevin Samuels had before he died. I would have had the same misogynistic, angry views had I not gotten therapy. And my therapist helped me to see that some people speak from a pain body. And that's what I learned from you, Conscious. People speak from a pain body. So we have to be patient and understanding of each other. So we don't get any more Kevin Samuels. We don't get any more red pills. We don't get any more Minister Japs and all these other fools and Dennis Sperlings and stuff. I follow them to see what the hell they're saying so I can make a rebuttal, because we have to stop the poisoning. These black men are becoming Minister Japs and Kevin Samuels because they're not getting the acknowledgement from black women that they need. I seen a documentary where there was a little 2-year-old black boy, about 2 or 3 years old. I think it was between 18 months and 2 years old, because he was walking, tottering. And his mother would call him all kinds of faggots. You little faggot, get off of the corner. You little faggot, come here.
A big rainy.
That's what I heard.
Hello, a big rainy. You can't use the F word.
Okay, who's censoring?
YouTube moderator is censoring. You cannot use the FAQ word, so you can.
Well, they can't. You know what? I can't handle these liberal censors because they can't handle reality. But that's what that little boy was called, and that did something to me. His expression when his mama kept on calling him the F word, and then she slapped him. A little boy, a little toddler. So that young black boy grew up with anger towards black women, most likely. So we have to undo the abuse towards our little boys and acknowledge them as human beings and acknowledge them as whole and stop putting them down. I seen one time I had to stop a black woman from lashing her 2-year-old son with a belt because he fell off of the light rail. Okay, I see that a lot. Black women beating the hell out of their little children. And you know what? The first bully that little black boy knows is his black mother. So, of course, we're going to continue to have Kevin Samuels because many of our black women don't know how to raise children without beating the brakes off of them. If you cannot raise a child without beating the brakes off them, you need to go get neutered or sterilized. Because beating children is not cool. I'm a product of torture and abuse, and I'm still in therapy, and I had to go into an intensive hospitalization because I was about ready to walk into a mall and set it off with an MK16. So I had to have myself committed to a hospital for several months when I was about 20-something years of age to undo that madness. I self-committed myself, because I knew that I wanted to do that because I was angry and I was hurting. You can't go through the world beating the hell out of your children thinking it is cool, because it creates more and more Kevin Samuels, Minister Japs, red pills, and all these other toxic black dudes. If I ask every last one of them, they had the brakes beaten off of them by their black mama. And they don't know how to address that in a constructive way. So what they do, let's lash at black women. Let's lash at innocent black women who don't even know me. They're dysfunctional because they chose not to get the therapy. Instead of getting therapy, they jumped on YouTube and they spewed their hatred and their poison. And let me tell you something. The neglect of a child's soul leads to an angry adult. And I'm out. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Rainy. Big Rainy echoed the same sentiments around self-awareness that Asar for speaking to, self accountability, etc. I have my wonderful tattoo artist here. Hi, Spirit.
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
I'm so glad. I'm wonderful. I'm beautiful. Obviously, I have your graffiti all over my body, so I'm always happy.
Oh,
How
you
are
know
you?
it. I'm doing great, man. Whenever I can make you happy, my artwork, it's a good day for me.
Hey, man, I'm happy that you could join us. I'm happy to have you here. We're here discussing Black men's experience. We have a pretty diverse panel. We have trans men here, cis men here, same gender loving men here, hetero men here. We have all type of Black men here. So Black men have been there's been interesting conversations surrounding Black men really ever since the sensationalism of the modern version of the women's equality movement. And certainly Black women have been sounding off to all the ways in which they don't feel protected, and all the issues surrounding their relationships to Black men's community. And of course, it hasn't just been cis hetero women. Black queer people have been also sounding off about their experience of cis hetero Black men's community. So me and Knockout decided to do a show and allow Black men of all kinds across the spectrum to kind of speak their experiences, speak their grievances, their sadness, maybe speak to some of these issues with their tribe members. What do you say? Because I know that you are on Facebook and you have a lot of these discussions as well in the form of posts, and you get conversations started yourself. Like, what do you think about some of the issues of the sexes? This issue between Black men. Well, not even just the sexes. I mean, just the issue between Black men and the rest of the Black community. Really, you know. What are your thoughts on a lot of the things going on around Black men?
Well, it just seems like this conversation has kind of come to a head recently with the, a lot of the internet gurus like Kevin Samuels and Fresh and Fit podcast and things like that, and the whole Manosphere red pill too. So a lot of these conversations have been happening a lot with greater frequency of men just kind of complaining about their experience. Men aren't really complaining about their experiences with women. They're more just kind of regurgitating these, misogynistic talking points, a lot of it. So I don't know if that's kind of where you were going with that, but that's kind of been I've just been seeing a lot more of that lately. And I'll tell you, I don't like it because whereas I kind of understand
Henry. Hold on for a minute, Henry. Big Rainy, could you calm down, because you are like playing a guitar and it's kind of a point of a distraction on the panel. Go ahead, Henry.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So, it's a part of it is kind, in my personal opinion, a part of it is a response to the rhetoric that we as Black men have been hearing from Black women since time immemorial. Niggas ain't shit. Niggas ain't this. Niggas ain't that. Niggas is broke and blah blah. So we've been hearing that for a while, and so it's almost like this is a response to that. But the problem is, it's almost male aggression is scary. Women aggression just leads to a few hurt feelings. Male aggression, men kill women. You know what I'm saying? And so it's almost as if men are taking this road of just more misogyny, less caring, what a woman has to say with, about herself and her body and things, then that's less Black women protected, and that's just not, I don't want my daughter to come up in a world where most Black men hold these really ignorant and negative ideas about Black women. And a lot of these negative ideas were started by racist white people, just to make Black women, seem like these masculine beasts, and to make these white women, seem like these just soft, feminine, submissive women. When have you seen white women? Have you seen how they are with, you know what I mean? Like, have you seen their husband? their husbands around. The white women ain't no more submissive, no more soft, than any race of women out here. And I'm just kind of tired of hearing the whole rhetoric, this whole the rhetoric about, black women being undateable for whatever reason. I mean, I think it's a lot of it's a lot of self-hatred, man. It's a lot of untherapied opinions that are just kind of bleeding all over everybody. We have mommy issues because a lot of us were raised by single mothers. You know what I mean? Like it's it's almost like, I'm not gonna take too much more of your time, but it's almost
No,
like,
no. Speak like this is an open forum. Like this is what
okay.
This is what this is for.
I got you. Well, it's almost like, we're looking at the aftermath of all the tampering that has been done to us and pointing the finger at each other for it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like if a white supremacist says something about black people, or if a white supremacist hegemonic society says something negative about black people, then we'll start to believe it ourselves. And we'll start to act on it.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Damn. Hey, can you say that word one more time? You said hegemonic.
Yeah, just meaning I might not be using it correctly, but
No. I mean, yeah.
Yeah. Just basically, if someone is the word was hegemonic. Yes.
Yes. So, first of all, I think it's refreshing to have you as a cis hetero black man actually acknowledge. So you agree that there is a patriarchal issue in the West, and that in lots of ways it's damaging and injurious to black women.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
The way it, I mean, the patriarchy, the way it displays itself. You know what I'm saying?
Expound upon it.
The way it displays, I mean, the patriarchy here in America means, men controlling women's bodies. This is whole alpha male thing that's starting to be thrown around the internet nowadays. Is they're not saying that, hey, we're gonna be better to women. We're gonna be good fathers to our children. We're gonna settle down and marry the women we get pregnant. No, they just mean they want to be assholes and they want to be obnoxious. So that's what I mean when I mean patriarchy.
Mm-hmm. Well, because I was talking about the patriarchy with uselessly sexy, which you and him have been on my panels together in the past, etc., and talking about how women are just more subjugated as it relates to like the human sex trafficking, to sexual exploitation, to wage disparity, to domestic violence, that women in terms of the data represent, black women particularly represent a large portion of the people who are victimized by this abuse and the sexism obviously within a patriarchal construct. And you are saying that you're actually, because you're raising a daughter and you are afraid that she will internalize some of this stuff that's injurious to her sense of self. Correct? Can you hear me, Spirit?
Oh, hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. I guess I'm more afraid that she's going to be in a world where men think like this. Like this.
What do we?
I remember I was listening.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say that a lot of times us men have this mentality of that, and black women especially, that almost as if women have cooties, almost as if I'm gonna get her before she get me, and she ain't gonna play me. That if a woman loves you, she's really just trying to trap you. you know,
Your phone is breaking up, Spirit. I
but
don't know if you can hear me, but your phone is breaking up like real bad. It's still breaking up super bad. Still breaking up super bad. No. Yeah, how completely broken up. See? It's always the devil's work. Doing the most. That are you there, Spirit?
yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, you sound back to normal. Back to reality.
Okay. All right. But I was just saying that I don't know if a lot of any of the guys can kind of co-sign on this, but like, yeah, I mean, we were just there's just this upbringing that informs us that loving a woman or being good to a woman is bad or is like not masculine or like is simp behavior. You know what I'm saying? It's like this 5th grade. If you love a woman, then you're soft. You know what I'm saying? And it's weird because like I'll be looking at these white dudes around here that are married, kids, and it's just like they just fall in line. They're like, yeah, this is what it is. You marry your high school sweetheart and you get a little house off in the prairie and you have kids, and that's it. I don't know what it is with us. Like we got to have the baddest bitch. We got to have this. We got to have that. And that's before we settle down.
Gotta sow your wild oats. And ultimately got to be dragged into the seriousness of relationships.
Yes, exactly.
Wow. So you agree that men and women have been socialized completely different? Like you had
completely different.
Completely different. Can you talk about some of that in your observations?
Yeah, I mean, just like my homegirl, like she's young. She's like 23, and she's like, I don't know what's up with these men out here. Like nobody wants to settle down. And you know, I was always taught. I was actually never taught to settle down. I was never told. I mean, we are social. That was a good word that you said when you say socialized. Like I was just socialized to fuck as many bitches as I could. You know what I'm saying? And the more women that I can have sex with,
the more of a man you are.
The more of a man I am. You know what I'm saying? And the more, you know, and you know, on a basic level, it's like the more women that want to sleep with me, I mean, that tells me, okay, maybe I'm handsome, maybe I'm a little bit more successful than the next guy. I got a little bit of status, you know what I'm saying? These things. But the fucked up part about it is we get socialized to fuck bitches, but we don't get socialized to have substance. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't like nobody sat me down and was like, yo, you need to read 100 books this summer so that when you do go to have sex with women, you can have something to fucking talk to them about. You know what I'm saying? Like, or even, you know, someone saying, this is fulfill. I wish I would have known how unfulfilling having sex with a lot of women was.
Wow. Okay, so I was just going to ask you that. So do you think that, do you think a lot of the stuff that's projected onto men, or a lot of this permission and autonomy that men are given, like, is it what men really want? Like, even though you obviously indulged in your privilege as a man, as a male, like, deep
I know what you're saying. I know what you mean.
Like another, like inside of yourself, was it like I want something more than this or other than this, or did you also desire what you were allowed and permitted to do?
It's both. It's like there's, you know, it's basic animal instincts. Yeah, my animal instinct in me says I want to have sex with every woman, and every fine woman I see, every man wants to have sex with them. That's just how we are. But the actual act of going to do it, you know, that's where the human part kicks in. That's where it's like, oh, I'm not an animal, you know, and I can't actually catch AIDS. I can't actually have 15, you know, kids that I got to pay child support for. And so when I say it's yes, it's like, how do I put this right? It's like it's detrimental to not be disciplined in any aspect.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's detrimental to just go and be a hoe for a guy and for a girl. You know what I mean? And I only know that now because I turned 40 and my testosterone has gone down just a little bit, and I can feel it in myself that I just don't have that much of a desire for women anymore. And I've been talking to older men, and they're like, "Yeah, that happens." And so it's just it's just kind of unfortunate that like you kind of come up out of the water and you look around and you're like, "Huh, I wasted a lot of time chasing bitches." A lot of time and energy, you know what I'm saying? When I could have been in my studies, in my books, in my, you know what I'm saying, my art and shit. You know what I'm saying? In myself, you know, working on myself. You know, and you know, God bless the dead. But I remember Kevin Samuels. I kind of watched him a little bit, and there was one thing he said.
You ain't gonna play it down. You kind of went through a little.
Yeah, I did. No, I did.
Kevin Samuels' face.
I did. I really did, bro. I really did. I was all into Kevin Samuels, dog.
Man, okay,
Yeah.
wait, hold on. I have to, Conscious, you need to give people a disclaimer before they start saying that they support Kevin Samuels, because you know we're all gonna get tore up by everybody. Like,
Let me
I'm
just
back
say
here
this.
waiting. I'm
We
waiting.
can have that conversation. We can have that conversation. I'm completely.
I'm telling you, we're all gonna get tore up because we all have agreed, I think, with Kevin Samuels at some degree. Isn't that true, Conscious and Reckless? As almost every straight man that come on here said something.
You didn't let me finish my statement, though.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So he said this one thing, and it was to the men. He was like, fellas, how much pussy do you need? He was like, y'all need to have dick discipline. And when he said that, I was like, oh, that's a good. I never heard a grown man say something like that. You know what I'm saying? I was like, huh. So that's what I've been kind of feeling. It's like, you know, because like, you know, all my friends that are, you know, players or whatever, that's what they do. You get girls, and you know what I'm saying? That's how you kind of value yourself. Mm-hmm. But that's not valuable at the end of the day. So that's what I wanted to say about Kevin.
So well, so you said a lot there, and thank you for being like very, very, very honest. Even the women in the chat are really appreciating your honesty. And I wanted to ask you, because you just said that you're in your 40s now. What is the difference between like the 40-year-old you and the 20-year-old you? Like what do you see now that you was kind of maybe oblivious to at earlier stages in your manhood?
Yeah, so basically, I can tell a difference. I can feel it. Like, you know, so I don't know if you read. Okay, so way back in the day, soccer.
Your volume is out again. A Boost Mobile is not persevering.
How to build a society. Can you hear me?
I think so. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And so. I don't want to be long-winded about this, but I will say that they had a conversation with an older gentleman, and they said, do you miss being young? And he said, this is my answer to that question. And he said, I like that I am no longer implored to chase women and to party my life away. I mean, this is what somebody said 600 plus years ago. You know, it's like, it feels like it's like a spirit on you. It's like it's an urge to go out there, party, you know, throw your life away, spend time with your friends and all of that stuff, socialize. But now, like, all I want to do, man, is I just want to take care of my daughter, you know, spend time with my family, you know, do my work, and that's pretty much it, you know, and grow, you know. But like, I no longer have the interest, you know, to be seen and to be social and to, you know what I'm saying, you know, chase women as much. I mean, when I say I can feel it, like I thought it was like maybe there's something wrong with me. Why don't I want to chase tail like I used to chase tail? I was like, I had to talk to my therapist. I was like, bro, what's going on? He was like, yeah, you know, it happens. You know what I mean? I was like, oh, all right, well, cool. And shit, you know.
God damn!
But,
Isn't
you know, because
isn't that so wild at the level of freedom that we're given as men? Like the level of sexual autonomy that we are afforded is so profound that we question whether something is wrong with us when we're not reckless and buck wild and just running through the jungles, skeeting across every tree.
yes,
Like, what's wrong with me?
yes, that's
What's
fucked
wrong
up.
with
I mean,
not
it's
being-
like such a
I'm
huge
not
part of
being
our identity.
barbaric. What's wrong with me? That's the
Right.
level of sexual autonomy we have as men.
Yeah,
That's
facts.
extreme.
That's
That's fucking extreme. That's
Yeah,
an extreme
that's true.
privilege. That's an extreme autonomy.
And I don't think it's normal.
Women, on the other hand, are completely indoctrinated with the most severe conservative ideas around autonomy, almost making autonomy
Women are told that they could be sexy but not sexual.
No, sensual but not sexual.
Okay,
And,
Patriarchy.
and to have that sensuality tailored toward her husband.
Right, exactly.
Patriarchy.
Or whoever the man is who's talking about, you know what I'm saying? Who's talking about that.
Okay, so I want to ask you one more question before I allow the other men to jump in here, because I know that a Knockout and Marquez and Aaron and everybody is up here too. When Kevin Samuels died, something that was very interesting to me, Spirit, is that like a lot of men pretty much professed like they were sad. It almost felt like their father died. Like, and a lot of cis hetero men took his passing very hard. Like, what do you say? Like, do you think that that's telling to the Black men's community, especially with there being like an epidemic of single mother households, that Black men are like missing the masculine aspect of themselves through the virtue of having a healthy father?
Yeah,
so,
no, I mean, as toxic as it is. Okay.
So with absolutely, how does a man clear up his father fracture? Like, how does a man independently heal that up?
I think a good way to do that is by seeking out a mentor. To be honest with you, because I didn't get a mentor until I was maybe in my early 30s, and like, it's one thing for a man to teach a boy how to be a man, but it's another thing for a man to teach another man how to be a grown man. Because it's like you as you grow, you have to do different things, and you it's almost like now you reached another mentor level that you got to go through. And if your dad wasn't there when you were a kid, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, because it's almost like I kind of felt when I got in the whole Kevin Samuels thing, I was watching him and I was like, I know this is toxic. I know this is shitty, but it's so entertaining. Oh my God. You know what I'm saying? It's just one of those guilty pleasures,
So
humbling Black women.
Seriously, then. So you didn't even take him seriously.
What'd you say?
I said, so you didn't even take him seriously.
I tried not to. I mean, but it's one of those things where, like, it's easy to kind of get caught up. It was entertainment for me. It wasn't like I knew what he was doing the whole time. You know what I'm saying? Like, I knew that he would bait and switch women. He would set them up so that they could have a certain type of response, and then he'll be like, "Oh, you just a bitch, and you this and you that," And then he would always kind of belittle them in really kind of small ways. And so I kind of always knew it was trash, and I knew I was like, I gotta stop watching this, because like even like the way that he would. I don't know if anybody's ever. I mean, if the people who have listened to Kevin Samuels a lot know what I'm talking about. Where how it would be like no woman would ever be in the right. It would always be he would always move the goalposts, further and further away. She could never make enough money. She could never want a man. She could never want a man that was just decent and she always, if she had children, oh well, you can't expect no good man. You got to get you an average man, and and here's the thing. Last thing. This is the problem. Okay, this is the last thing. I ain't gonna say nothing else. the patriarchy hurts men too, in the very same vein as we're out here trying to say, oh, you know, women, you know what I'm saying, they get over, they would, but we're this, no. What am I saying? Okay, so it's like we're complaining that we have to pay on dates, right? But if men were okay with feminism, then women would make more money, and then we wouldn't have to pay for dates. But that's not obviously what we're doing out here, clearly. So
I want to piggyback off that a little bit too. What you said was epic, because I always literally say that on my platform, that patriarchy hurts men too, particularly cis hetero men, because you're fundamentally suppressing the other half of yourself, which is your own divine feminine, your own emotional intelligence, your own intuition, you know, all of the other organic and nutritious aspects of your consciousness is in the right hemisphere of your brain. So being exclusively committed to only left brain thinking and left brain logic and left brain perception is literally hindering men's ability to come full circle in self, and full circle in intellect, and full circle in their emotionality. And patriarchy divorces men away from the other half of their consciousness. So I love that you said that. You said a lot here. I want to welcome Erin to the platform, and Marquez and Knockout. Somebody can jump in. Whoever want to jump in right now and speak to everything going on here.
Well, someone in the comments spoke.
Oh, wait, Erin, you're a woman?
I am.
Okay, you have to go, sis.
She's stuck here.
That's my homie. That's my homie. Let her in. Let her in.
I can
No.
go.
Please let her in.
I do want to put a woman's perspective into it, because someone in the comments did mention that all the women were
waiting. But you can't do
for
that
the
right now,
fatherless
Erin.
skills.
All of the men have to have the floor right now. I'm opening up
Can
the
do.
panel at the end.
Okay.
See how women done snuck up
Snuck up
and
here?
infiltrated the fraternity?
She didn't know. I sent her the link. She had no idea.
Who left the window open?
I sent her the link. I was like, "Yo, come here." It was me. My bad. I didn't know that. You know what I'm saying? It was a men's only.
Yes.
See, look at you. Look at you. You the problem. You the problem. You just sexist. Sexist. Oh my god. Oh my god. What do we do?
I'm not gonna lie, Spirit. I'm not gonna lie, Spirit. I really do like everything that you're saying, only because it's something that I've been reiterating a lot of times whenever we have these panels. But I will say, I think since you are a heterosexual male, it does hold a lot more power when it actually comes from your mouth instead of women or queer men or whatever. So I'm really glad, because now you're confirming a lot of things I've been saying.
Word. You know, and the thing is, like, it's just so, you know, because once I saw, you know, all this really toxic information start to enter into the conversation, I was like, oh, we're gonna have a problem. There's gonna be a problem. You know what I'm saying? And we too much. The smart people don't say shit and just let the dumb people just talk. You know what I'm saying? It just happens too much.
You would be surprised at how many people would say the same things that you said, but would get chastised because of like the perception of them. So yeah, it's good that you came on with no prior bias. So yeah, definitely. I agree with a lot of what you said. And especially when it comes to Kevin Samuels, I've stated a lot that he's corrected men and said a lot towards men, as well as what he said to women. And you know, that could be received in several different ways, but it's a truth no matter how you want to twist it or look at it or whatever. So I would say for sure, you know, you confirmed a lot of what I would say a lot of people can empathize with.
Okay.
Word.
So knockout, you have the floor, and you have been patiently waiting for 2 hours, and Marquez is here as well. What are you your experience of these stigmas over black men being violent, selfish, divesting, trans, homophobic, anti-black, not protecting black women, selfish. What do you feel about some of those icons over the black men's community right now?
I feel a lot of them aren't true. I do feel like they're are perpetuators of those things, but I would say for the overwhelming majority of men, black men, that's not true. Going back to the image that you had pulled up earlier, with the protect black men, I don't think that it's necessarily that we only have to protect black men and protect black women. I think we have to protect each other. And going back to the team aspect that I was talking about last night, if we work together as a team, then I think it would be natural for one another to protect each other. You know what I'm saying? So in that, I mean, of course, you do have the toxic masculinity, the patriarchy, or whatnot, but I feel like there are still men who would consider themselves more of a man to love their woman and take care of her and nurture her and learn her and everything under the sun, you know what I mean? And not do what a lot of what black men are accused of or alleged of doing. Even though those things happen, I would say that happens not only exclusively in the black race. So yeah, for sure. I know I've come off as an anti-hero sometimes, but a lot of stuff that I was trying to say, especially a few weeks ago, when CTV when you had that panel, I feel like a lot of the stuff that was being said was just being reiterated. A lot of it, you know what I mean? But because they do like uh who's saying it, you know what I mean? It's now coming through their ears and sticking. I think. But I guess everybody has to have their spokesperson. Every demographic. So
Okay. Okay. Well, I do have some questions for you here. Also, and we're gonna let the women up to talk with y'all and y'all to talk with them. Are y'all okay with that?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, cool. Marquez, you are here. I definitely, had one of my men's supporters to come up and kind of have an opportunity to speak to, the things going on between black women and black men and black queer community and all of this going on. What are your thoughts on these dynamics?
My first point and my first thought will be um, majority of the situations you talk about are have been actions by men who haven't done the work inside themselves, and it's those men honestly that makes the other group of men look bad. Is because those men are not taking accountability for your action for their actions, and I'm a part of the problem because I'm young. I'm 20 years old. I feel like my voice is not heard. So it's like if I say something out the way, I get shot down. Like, oh, I'm young. You know what I'm saying? So I don't try to go out there and speak as much to hold other men accountable. But also, we have so much of egos. I don't know if we can actually do that.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm. So you say that is
Because like,
to hold other black men accountable as the black man.
what you mean? If we hold
And you
us as
sound kind of
men,
muffled.
us as black men,
Are you talking through like
I,
a huh?
oh wait, can you hear me?
Yeah.
The headphones on.
Okay. Like you just sounded like a little muffled to me. It might just be me.
Oh no, it's just because my headphones get really loud. I don't know if it's I don't know if it's an echo coming off in the stream over
No,
StreamYard.
it's not an echo at all.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna try to turn it up. Let me adjust my mic real quick. Is it better now?
Yeah, you sound better.
So I was back, like I was saying, it comes down to us as men to like hold each other accountable. Because without that, it's not going to be a change. Because if we're expecting the women on the other side to change and to elevate, we can't tell them to do that if we're still doing the same ignorant things. We got to be consistent more on our end before we can say to them they're not being consistent enough. Which is why I feel like we have the problems that we have right now. There's just a lot of people with egos and stuff that can't really express the truth of the matter, because the truth of the matter is, like you said, it's a patriarchy. It's affecting not just us black men and women, but it's affecting the whole community. Our whole race is dealing with the patriarchy. If we're being honest, I just saw a black man last week, Conscious, kill a man, and he literally killed somebody and got away with it, knowing what he signed up for. Let that sink in. Now, because he did that, on the grand scheme of things, it's gonna make majority of the women in our community say, and this is why we have the problem with them now, because he's not helping the solution, right? Also, it's like then you got the community saying, oh, another straight man gets away with another crime because of the patriarchy of what it is. For us as a people to stand up and be together, we gotta come together as a community first, because that's the best way we can stop the patriarchy. Because the patriarchy is a real problem.
Wow. So you agree that there's a patriarchy, but you know what though? I want to encourage you to continue to, like, no matter how much resistance you get from other black men, to continue to stand up, because that's exactly what being a righteous man is all about. You're definitely going to be met with resistance and chastisement, violence of all kind, by standing on principle. And it's never easy being a shield for other people, but that's kind of what some of us believe comes with being a man and obtaining leadership, is putting yourself before the most vulnerable, like absorbing the injustice on behalf of other people and protecting one's community from those things. And so with you, Knockout, like how do you feel about like male to male accountability? Like, do you think that there's enough of that? Do you think there's a lack of that? Do you think there's enough men checking men? If you can hear me, Knockout might be away. Can y'all hear me on the panel?
I can hear you. Okay, are you talking to me? You were talking.
Yes, I was asking you. In lieu of what Marquez had said, like the accountability. Do you think that there's enough male on male accountability?
Okay. You know what? I can say that there is, but not enough in the black in the Black community. When I had observed my cousin is a Kappa, right? And when I observed him going through that process and uh joining that community, it was as if he totally went like under a different standard in his life, and really uphold his frat brothers to that same standard, you know what I mean? And I don't even think that's just exclusive to, like, you know, the Kappa whatever fraternity. I think that can go within any realm of camaraderie, or any realm with men, to where there is a level of holding each other accountable. Um, you know, that does also occur in different circles. So for sure, I do think that there is accountability, but not enough in the grand scheme of things in our community exclusively. But I don't think you can't, like, honestly, when it comes to men, it I can't tell another man, you know, what to do or how to live his life. You know what I'm saying? I can only offer my suggestion. Um, if I see, like, I have a homeboy that got 4 kids. You know what I mean? And I don't have any kids, but I'm not finna tell him, like, oh, maybe having 3 baby mamas and being on child support for 3 kids and shit is not good, and like all that stuff is not smart. Like, for sure, I can tell him that, but at the end of the day, he's gonna go get him some pussy and have a kid. You know what I mean? Like, that's him. But you know, I think there's a certain level, is especially, but I think that it's more men holding themselves accountable, and you know, that's where it starts from in initially.
So knockout. So with all of that being said, as in you, well, I call the tail end of that. So the part I call caught is that your homeboy, I don't know if you was using a real life example just for example purposes, where you said your homie, he may have 4 children, 3 baby mamas or whatever, and you can't chastise him or whatever. So my question is, why do you guys expect that from Black women?
Expect what? For them to chastise us?
No, for them to chastise other women and expect the difference.
Well, I mean, what difference have we seen though after women chastise each other? Because I think that it still occurs in both communities, even though one may try to give advice or give guidance to the other. I don't think that necessarily men or women will adhere to what they disagree with or what they inherently don't want to do. Um, it's like you know, it's a double-edged sword, because yeah, men all day I could say what I think that Marquez should do, or what I think that you should do, or conscious or whatever, but at the end of the day, we're all going to do what we're going to do. Now, Reckless, what I've noticed that you do a lot, and I understand that you play devil's advocate too, but you're like, you know, well, why is it okay for men not to do it, and it's okay for men to do it and it's not okay for women to do it, or that dynamic? But I mean, it's like we could play tit for tat for all those things. Like, there are a lot of things that we could definitely go on and back and forth about what women do that men aren't allowed to do, and what men can do and what women aren't allowed to do. So that's a game of like what's fair and what's not. Whereas I think the conversation should be what is going to equal out the playing field for everybody.
But you
So
want to know, why I asked that question, because even when Spirit was speaking, and he said it himself, is that I'm going to reiterate the reason why the playing field is not fair, especially when it comes down to when men have experiences or men have emotional trauma or any of those things, is because, like I said yesterday, a lot of men are upholding a system that does not serve them. So now when it's not serving them, now you want the playing field to be even. But however, in order for that playing field to be even, you have to get rid of that system. like that, and that's what I was trying, at least that's what I was trying to articulate yesterday when it came to the toxic patriarchy, because it lacks that divine feminine principle. And with you being the alpha masculine, all those different types of things, it doesn't give you a space or opportunity to see yourself as a victim or see yourself as somebody that's human, or at least on the receiving end. So, like I've been saying, yes, you guys can talk about the things that women have done, and those are your experiences, all the different types of things, and that's your personal experience. But however, what we're talking about is a systemic. And with the systemic is that since men are the head, and yes, that does also include queer men, which is why I also this also another reason why I always make it my business to talk against misogyny or toxic patriarchy, because I understand even though I may be queer, I'm still a male. And that's what my responsibility is to do, is to amplify the concerns of those that are affected by misogyny or toxic patriarchy.
Do you believe in
Which
toxic
also,
matriarchy? Do you believe that females can be toxic as well?
yes, I want to believe that.
So
Yes.
how come? Well, okay.
Mhm.
So why not speak about both? Because both need to be held accountable. I don't think it's a and you keep going to the system, and this is my argument with you when it comes to the
Mhm.
system as a whole, is that me, Spirit, and Marquez can't change toxic patriarchy. We can't change the idea of patriarchy and make everything a matriarchy just because of the fact that um it hasn't served us per se.
Well, that's funny because that's the exact same rebuttal that I think woke white people will be saying to us, as in, since they're not the ones that created racism, but however, they should be the ones making it their duty to be able to want to fight against it, because we also understand since 1, 2, and 3, you guys are heterosexual, and since we're having a black context, melanated black men, you guys have the voice and the power to most definitely combat those stigmas and that system. You guys, because keep in mind, I've been in those spaces, and I say the exact same thing. You know what they do? They call me the F word, and I get up out their face. But you have more of a chance to amplify and be able to stand up against those who are affected by the system. So yes, you may not be the one that may participate, but however, if you sit around and you allow it to happen, then what? Yes, white people, we have woke white people. Yes, you may not be the one going out and murdering and hurting and abusing the lives of melanated people. But however, if you sit around, what does that mean? If you allow it to happen on your watch, what does that mean? If we sit back and once again we give a license to something that does not have its permit, when your homeboy come without 4 or 5 baby mamas, what do you think that laughing or that licensing is doing? And
So
that's what I
what do
mean.
you
Mhm.
expect the message to be to my homeboy if I see him have two baby mamas, don't have no more kids?
I
Or
would say that's an
No.
unfair request to ask of another person.
that's what I'm saying. Like you're trying at that point, I feel like I'm trying to govern somebody's life, and
No,
that's
I'm
not what
saying
I'm
that
trying to
it's
do.
I'm saying it's unfair for you to ask of them what you should do. It's almost like it's not their responsibility to tell you what you should do with
Well, I'm
your
saying
situation.
in terms of okay, so Spirit,
I can answer that question.
if I'm going around and I'm telling men, hey, don't have kids with more than one woman. If I like that, to me is not effective. It's not. So if I'm asking genuinely, what can I actually do to where you think that's going to change the toxic patriarchy? Because that's a legitimate question.
Okay.
I'm not. I don't
Mhm.
have a solution for that. I don't know how to go and change men as a whole and the whole perception and thought of half of a society as a whole. I really don't.
It's the same
Okay.
thing as what she was saying with white people. I'm gonna let you finish, but it's the same thing that she was saying about white people. It's like the same thing that a liberal white person can do, where they're a parent is having a racist conversation around them. They could do their part to steer them away from having the racist conversation. It's all about little
So
micro.
we can steer people away from the conversation, but does that change thought?
Absolutely, absolutely. Words
You
come
think
from
so?
thought.
Absolutely.
I don't think that. I think that challenging thought for sure can lead to changing that, but I don't think that trying to dismiss somebody or trying to say or deflect from a situation is going to absolutely change thought. I actually think that can set somebody in their ways even more.
Well, it's
Well, okay. Oh,
Go ahead.
okay. So I was gonna say is that okay. It was something powerful that Conscious told me a while ago because I was asking myself, how the hell do you have so much patience for all these people that be coming up on here saying all the different types of things? And you know what he told me? He literally told me, and now this is how I got more patience. I'm still working on it because girl, I be trying. But he told me, he said that a lot of times when he ends up in these panels and they're challenging thought, a lot of times we're not doing it 9 times out of 10 for the people on the panel. Because guess what? The people on the panel may not get it. But however, every time we have conversations, there's always new subscribers. There's always new people that come across these conversations and they learn something. And you know, another reason why, okay, so look, little side story, but I'm making it short. When I was first going through my journey, when it came down to me and my family and all the different types of things, and I had different belief systems, and it just wasn't really working for me from what I was brought up under the Christian household, me personally. But however, when I came across Conscious and stuff, what brought me in is that I had basic information and I had certain ideologies that was rooted, because keep in mind, every idea is rooted in somewhere. It's rooted somewhere. If you start to challenge thought and stuff, you'll find out where it's rooted from. So I had a lot of internalized homophobia, transphobia, misogyny and stuff. But however, you know, the thing that Conscious did, he just talked to me and he had me challenge thought. And as I started to actually challenge my thought, I started to realize, I didn't know that me saying something so simple was rooted in misogyny. Oh, I had no clue that I internalized a lot of self-hate. So yes, when you challenge thought, keep in mind as well too, yes, the person that you may be talking to directly may not get it. But you never know, and I say this all the time to parents and people that have children, because you know I love bringing up the kids. I say this all the time with people who have children. You never know what type of child that you're raising. So yes, the person you're talking to directly may not get it, but somebody in that room just might get it. And it happens all the time with these panels. People text Conscious all the time. Oh my God, you changed my life. And even with the whole Kevin Samuels thing. And now I do understand people have differences when it comes down to him. And I will say this to try to even out the battlefield or whatever. I do understand why when people have their opinions and perspectives when it comes down to Kevin Samuels, and I understand why people say, you know what, he made me a better person. I can understand that. But however, the thing is that it comes down to some things. I'm gonna say this: when it comes down to some things that he do say, when you start to battle it out, as in on these panels, and we really start to get to the logic behind it, it only makes sense superficially. But however, when you actually start to break it down to its core, it doesn't make sense. And on top of that, it creates a lot of hypocrisy and contradiction.
That's right. I agree.
Yes, and so that's the reason why when you challenge thought, it's like, okay, I get you. Okay, you believe this stuff. Now I'm gonna challenge you on and see how much sense is that actually going to make. And you actually be shocked. You actually be shocked how many people you actually be like, you know what? I get that. I'm like, you know what? But keep in mind, you're not gonna get everybody. You're not. And I do agree, you're not gonna get everybody. That's it.
I want to say that standing on principle, obviously, the long-term goal, the short-term goal is for results, but the long-term goal is to establish a boundary and a sense of what's inappropriate and what's unrighteous from what is healthy, sound, and righteous. So in terms of like why we should hold each other accountable, because I don't think that not only do men not call other men out enough, it has to go further than just calling them out. Like, we literally have to single out the sour apples and literally have to turn our calling out into action. Like, bro, I'm not going to big up you for cheating on your girl. That's fucking trash. I'm not going to big up you for disrespecting women. I'm not going to sit and celebrate your fucking misogyny. I'm willing to be the uncool kid. I'm willing to be the whatever. Like, I'm willing to not have your friendship. Don't even want to fucking be friends with a nigga like you to begin with. Like, when we start drawing the line in the sand, because see, here's
CTV, you're saying that in the era of a city girls era. You know what I'm saying? You're saying that in the era where women aren't settling down either. It's not men are not settling down with women thing. It's
I know, but I'm not talking about women. I'm specifically talking about men on men, irregardless of whatever women do is irrelevant. I'm saying in terms of men holding each other accountable, because whether the city girls or Megan Thee Stallion exist, that has nothing to do with why I'm celebrating you telling me about the one night stand.
Oh, yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. No, if you're going around, if we're reciprocating the same energy, that's totally relevant.
Wait, no. Okay, knockout. No, the city girls era is a response to the toxic patriarchy.
That's not a correct response. How is that response going to progress anything?
Okay, so once again, we're all melanated up here, so I'm going to use racism for context. So since there was white extremists and white racist people, of course, in order to be able to offset what was already put in place that wasn't fair for melanated people, of course you're going to have the Malcolm X's and the people that will go to the extreme, as in black power, go upside your head, because that's exactly what was done to them. So yes, women at one point in time, back in the day, back in its extreme rawest form, were dealing with domestic abuse, getting cheated on, getting put through the hell, all the different types of things. So now that there's an era where women are, okay, y'all want to act amok, now we're going to do the exact same thing. Now, yes, the rebuttal or the response, yeah, you can probably say it's extreme, but however, you also have to keep in mind that is a response to what was already put in its place, as in the extreme measure that was put in place already offset.
But
it was never fair.
You're talking about influence. So let's say in terms of music, let's say in rap, let's say something miraculous happened, and now the genre of rap, we're celebrating black women, we're uplifting black women. It's not about tearing down black women or talking about them as bitches or hoes or whatever, right? No more twerking in videos, anything like that.
Okay.
And you still have the city girls era of music and everything like that. Do you think, honestly, that things would change, or do you think that women would continue with the I'm fuck nigga free and forget all these niggas? I don't need a dude. I'm gonna be pregnant twerking on this video.
Yes.
What's going on in the political climate as well? You got to add, like, what's going on in the economy? I mean, do women have money and time to be out here twerking? I mean, I think there's a lot of factors that we would have to go and play than other than just music.
What would that have to do? What would that honestly have to do though with how women are?
I don't think that. I'm also trying to figure out what is supposed to be inherently nefarious about being pregnant and twerk. Like, I don't know, like, what that has to do with anything.
Are you serious? I'm not gonna have a baby with anybody that's going out twerking while they're pregnant with my baby. Are you serious?
You're not gonna have a child with a woman who chooses to dance while pregnant, whether she's doing
dance. Okay, yeah, you can dance, but yeah, you're not gonna be twerking while everybody's smoking and drinking around you and shit. No,
okay, now but now you're moving the goalposts. Now you're adding drugs and alcohol and smoking, but you're gonna not have a baby with a woman who's choosing to dance. Wow,
Conscious. It's not dancing. We're not twerking on a music
video. What's the difference? What is the difference?
Twerking is dancing.
Twerking inherently is a sexual thing.
No, it's not. It's an African.
Hold on.
All right.
Actually, wait. Twerking has.
So you mean to tell me nobody's twerking on dicks in clubs and shit? Is that what y'all telling me?
I have been very patient.
Grinding and stuff like that. I'm sorry. Okay.
I don't want to overtalk anybody. I don't want to be overspoken. His twerking actually goes all the way back to indigenous African people. Now, I understand that in the West, twerking has been hypersexualized, and that's the context that we have for moving our rumps. But that's that's a very unique interpretation and and projection onto twerking in the West, but that's not true to the history of twerking, which outdates the entire American system. But no matter how you feel about twerking is in the category of dance. It's a dance. It's categorized as a dance. It's dancing at the end of the day. Now, a woman abusing her body is an entirely different thing. I would not want to have someone carrying my child who's on drugs, who's indulging in alcohol, who's doing anything that could be detrimental to the health of our fetus and our baby. But I also like and this is the conversation around, and see, it's not gonna you're not gonna be able to really understand like cause and effect if you eliminate patriarchy from the causation, like after causation. If you're removing patriarchy altogether, then you don't understand why the pendulum is swinging in the women's community the way that it is. Because to Reckless's point, like all the twerk culture, the thought culture, the fuck these niggas get money culture, it's all a response to the objectification that women are already experiencing, and were experiencing even when their dresses were down to their ankles. Were even experiencing when they could not work legally, when they could not vote legally. Women have always been exploited in the system, which is why they're having to fight for rights to begin with, because of that exploitation. So when we see the city girl culture and the Megan Thee Stallion culture, this inherently is those are just women's community recognizing that, okay, you want to exploit, since you want to extort me, I'm going to weaponize your extortion to liberate me from extortion. So since you want my body, I'm going to monetize my body. Since you want my beauty, I'm going to monetize, I'm going to weaponize my beauty. Since you're reducing me to a sexual object, I'm going to make myself a sexual object and use the benefits of being a sexual object to liberate myself socioeconomically, to liberate myself in whatever way is necessary. All it is women saying, since this is your choice of weapon, I'll transform that weapon as something that I can use also to liberate myself out of this system. And people do it all the time. It's called improvisational. Okay, when you do whatever you can with the resources available to you to create another step up and out for yourself. So why should women not monetize their sex? Why should women not participate in sex culture? Why should women not give men what they want in some way, shape, or form, if that also could benefit women who are already being snuffed out by this patriarchal roof to begin with? Like, it's just a way out. Just like black men are selling drugs as a way out. Black men are turning to gang culture as a way out. It's not actually about the violence in and of itself. It's not about the criminality in and of itself. It's about what that criminality can lead to, which is freedom, which is a way out of the oppression. Black men in general been doing that from the jump.
Right.
And the crazy part about it is men have took far more dangerous routes to liberate themselves than women ever have been. When a woman sells her pussy, that don't impact me. That don't impact me. Ain't no bullet through my window because she's selling her pussy. Ain't nobody robbing me because she weaponizing her pussy to pay her bills. But men take far more, black men particularly, take far more injurious routes to liberation that actually impact people beyond themselves, and yet we'll still come down on even the like civil ways in which women try to liberate themselves from this system. And that's once again, that's a part of that patriarchal shit. I care more about the way that Black men are liberating themselves and why residents in Chicago and Detroit don't even want to buy furniture in their homes because they're afraid of being killed by stray bullets from the rampant gun violence in their cities, versus the woman who's on OnlyFans safely in her home, monetizing off of niggas lusting after her, not hurting and harming nobody. He got a nut and she got $1.
But let's not act like there are not women in Chicago firing off guns.
And it ain't cost any of us nothing because she got $1 and he got a nut. It ain't cost none of us nothing.
Conscious, there are women that are shooting guns next to these men in Chicago. You know that, right?
We know that women, but have you seen the data? Because we can run the numbers. Men disproportionately represent the perpetrators of gun violence.
Yeah, I mean that's
in these Black communities.
The number is so minuscule; it's not even. You don't even have to mention it. You know, the number of women shooting guns. It's like.
Yeah. Can I jump in? Can I jump in real quick?
Yes.
I just want to say what's going on, y'all. How y'all feeling?
How you doing?
What's up, brother?
Yeah, I just want to get in real quick because honestly, it kind of trips me out when people get to talking about Chicago. If you don't live here, you don't know how it go around here. I'm gonna be straight up with you, because bro had a good point when he said the women is out here with guns too. Everybody strapped up in Chicago.
There are people,
and folks ain't hold on, and folks ain't scared to buy furniture, nothing like that, man. Folks been living through this for a long time. The thing, huh?
I done lived in Chicago.
Are you? How long?
The first 8 years of my life out of 30.
And you left when you was 8. I've been here all 35.
It's people in this chat here living in
I've
Chicago
been here.
right now.
Okay, all right, but I'm up here.
And we ain't even talking about Chicago. We talking about in this country in general.
I got you. I got all of that. And I've been listening because I'm a comment on a lot of stuff. But that's an example of what kind of go on when we have these kind of conversations about how Black men move and how they act. Like, reasonable Black men don't hang out with unreasonable Black men. And I hate that narrative. See, the idea is that Black men are supposed to check these Black men because y'all see them doing it. We don't see them doing it because we don't have them dudes around us. That's the difference. Women will sit around with treacherous ass women and have them in their circles and act like they ain't that. That's why all of them got a whole friend.
I mean, that is true. That's true, though.
Hold on.
Allow him to sound out. Not all the reasonable.
Hold on. Allow him to sound out. Continue on, CEO.
Okay, because I know this for a fact. I don't hang around no deadbeat daddies. I'm pretty sure I can speak to the men on this panel. Everybody around here, y'all don't hang around deadbeat daddies, do you?
I don't.
Okay, because it's a reason why. Because reasonable men don't hang around unreasonable Black men. I don't hang around dudes who don't take care of their kids. You want to know why? Because I take pride in taking care of mine. Damn what the rhetoric talking about. We weed those out. That's why they say birds of a feather flock together. Those ignorant niggas you talking about is the ones who hang in those groups. They hang together. That's why you get a good glimpse of them and you be like, oh, well, they should be checking each other. They're not going to check each other because they all on that. The same reason small pockets of successful Black men hang together.
But the dude just got stopped talking and said his homeboy has 4 women with 4 baby daddies.
Exactly. That's
I never said he was a deadbeat, though. He takes care of all 4 children.
Kids.
I never said he was a deadbeat.
I ain't said I had making babies. I said deadbeat.
Hold on, but I want to make sure that the context is clear. This is why the word accountability has been rampant in this discussion. because
I think it's dope to have
because clearly with what you're saying, CEO, obviously ignorant niggas ain't listening to ignorant niggas and ain't telling each other anything better than what they already telling each other. That's why good black men have to not only just not hang with these niggas, but when they see these niggas and encounter these niggas, you don't have to be in that level of relationship to keep your foot on niggas' necks.
Yeah, exactly.
All men out and fuck shit. And to sound off from wherever you can sound off at about what you represent and canceling these niggas and holding men accountable.
Right.
We all as men have access to men's spaces.
But we
I don't have to know no nigga. I don't have to hold no nigga
all
personal.
men.
I don't have to know no. I don't have to know no nigga personal in a men's space to hold a nigga accountable. And
but we not though. But
in a barbershop.
But we do though. Some of us do though.
Not though. That's the point I'm trying to make. That's what we keep fucking up. Why are we reaching back to try to help people who ain't trying to be helped? Check out what I'm saying. Anybody in the last 20 years who done put themselves in a position in life, they have chose to be there. We tend to get a little off track about the times that we live in. I'm talking about us. Ain't none of us over 50 on this panel, I'm assuming, right?
No.
All right, then. So we ain't living in the times that we tend to talk about a lot when we talk about oppression and being held back and the patriarchy. We don't live in those times. We don't.
Yeah, we do. We do.
Yes, we do.
Check me out.
You see some report recently that's trying to keep women
I'm about to drop this link. Women hurry for his motherfucking link.
Hear me out.
Yeah.
I'm trying to tell you in this way because there has been major changes to prevent all of that. There's been major changes in legislation.
I'm saying that's what I've been saying this whole time.
Societal standards to where the patriarchy.
What is to prevent what? What are these changes?
Okay, so how are women making more money? Men have to put them in positions to make more money.
Women make more money because women work more.
Hold on. We definitely not going to use legislation. Legislation impacts none of the people on the ground level. We never benefit from whatever government decides to implement, and laws are made to be broken, which is why gun violence and murder and sexual assault are still rampant, and the numbers are cranking up. So legislation is completely null and void. It's null and void.
Legislation, no, it's not. I mean, legislation is stop and frisk. I don't understand what you mean that we can't feel legislation. Legislation is specific.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. If you try to cut out legislation, which is laws that are based on what people want to happen in society, then you're trying to cut out a big chunk of what we're talking about. Because absolutely, legislation has a lot to do with it. When there are laws that prevent people from discriminating against a certain group of people.
It's not laws, and
that doesn't mean
that's a lot of discrimination is happening.
I'm not saying that. Okay. Let's not conflict.
What are these? So I'm kind of confused.
Hold on, please. I'm asking Grace. Let's not conflate the laws being there with the laws that people follow. Everybody goes 5 miles over the speed limit. I'm not saying that the law is being followed. I'm saying that it exists for a reason. It's because times have changed. For a long time, there was no law. So you can't tell me that's what I'm saying. You can't tell me that it ain't a change. And when at one point in time in our existence,
I'm gonna tell you why there ain't a change, because we have more laws today and also have more prisons and building them to accommodate non-law abiding citizens. We have more prisons today than we ever have, and ironically have more laws than we ever have today.
Yeah, and crime been going on forever. So if ignorant motherfuckers are still committing crimes, if you still doing crimes, that's your fault.
No. Stop.
That is your fault.
To say no, absolutely not. That is absolutely not. There are laws that are absolutely predatory that are made for people to break on purpose, so they will go to jail.
If you are knowing that you go to jail for selling drugs, why are you selling drugs? You don't have to.
That's one example. That's just what here's the thing. If you are selling drugs and somebody else is selling drugs,
another better example. Let's use drugs. How in the hell are we growing up in the addict culture where most of us got aunties and uncles that grew up smoking crack? How the hell are any of us doing drugs then? If we just learn from our mistakes all the time, if it's just monkey see, monkey do, that's what it is.
My parents didn't grow up smoking crack. I smoked marijuana.
I'm saying, people still out here smoking crack, bro. People is out here doing prescription drugs.
Of the pathologies. That's why it's called generational curses. Yes, people are more than likely are going to be a product of whatever trauma and experience or whatever demonstration has been perpetually displayed to them. Yes, that's a thing. That's why we're in this position to begin with.
No, we're in this position.
It's called intergenerational transference of trauma.
Man, quit playing, because you know better after a while. After a while, you know better, though. I'm not talking about trauma. I'm talking about knowing better.
But like hold on. But didn't you say earlier that if that's the case, if you are quote unquote should know better, but yet you just said earlier when you just came up here that you don't hang around ignorant motherfuckers. So if everybody around you ignorant, where do you expect the logic and the knowing better to come from?
Who around me is ignorant? That's what I'm saying.
What I'm saying.
He asking in general.
Okay.
Where is the consciousness of knowing? How you gonna know better if you ain't been taught better? The saying is you do better
because your eyes don't lie to you. If you can see the effects of what somebody did to themselves and you know that it harmed them and you continue to do that, because it's not
because you also seen people get away with it.
It's not like
you probably see more people get away with it though.
Man, it's not like
so here's the
I'm trying to
a drug addiction is largely a product of trauma, and when Black and brown people who already are socioeconomically oppressed and have only used religion as a form of therapy or actually dealing with trauma that the church does not have the infrastructure or the language or the education and academia to actually heal, people will resort to using whatever coping mechanisms they have access to, which unfortunately are the cheap ass drugs, crack and cocaine and methamphetamine and all this other shit to cope with sexual trauma, to cope with psychological abuse, to cope with
common sense. Common sense takes resources. You have to have
illness. To cope
you have to have resources to have
all these things are not happening within a vacuum. They're existing because of systemic issues that impact poor, broke ass Black and brown people. There's a trickle effect.
Here's what makes the conscious. This what makes the conversation hard, right? You want me to argue? No, wait. I can't argue the fact that people will resort to drugs after extreme sexual trauma. But guess what? That's not the point I was trying to make. I can respect your point, and I'm not going to argue that. Now, the point I was trying to make to this: if somebody also grew up in a situation where they watched a lot of these people get their life affected, and it's not messages out here, it's not like it's not programs, man. It's not like it's not stuff in these neighborhoods, man. Come on, everybody in here. That's why I said we all of a certain age. Everybody in here done been through the DARE program, bro. If you grew up in the hood, if you grew up in Chicago, they had drug programs. And guess what? It just is what it is sometimes, because people don't know how to not do the shit. It's because they taught that way.
So you just
but guess what? They're not taught by the system. They're not taught by the system.
But you just validated everything I just said to you about
but y'all trying to make it a system. Y'all trying to make it a system. I'm making it know better, do better.
It's a
okay.
What do you mean nobody?
Okay, so no. Okay, the thing is, we're saying the system is why everything is set up the way that it is. But however, we're gonna have to make our own conscious decision to be able to combat that system, which is why I reference for myself, because I don't want to feel like I'm attacking nobody. Why I reference for myself, once I realized and I came self-aware about the misogyny and the internalized misogyny that I held within my heart, I made a conscious decision to unlearn, and I also made a conscious decision that every time the conversation around the misogyny and the disrespect of women come up, I take a stand.
So it's a choice. So you're saying it's a choice. Everything's a choice, is what I'm hearing. It's coming down to.
But in order for it to be go ahead. But in order for those things to happen, you have to be aware. You have to know. A lot of times, why do you think that when it comes down, I'm gonna use religion for example? With religious people, they just going straight up what they know. They know. But however, once they get out of it, like, oh my God, I had no clue. You have to know those things. You have to be
Well,
aware.
do you believe that everybody in religion believes that it's wrong, or do you believe that people do find solace in religion?
Wait, you said what's wrong? As in religion?
Yeah. Do you think that everybody
I
that
don't think it's
has
wrong.
practiced a religion has to come out of it, or do you believe that people can be fine within that religion?
Well, okay, are we talking about Christianity in particular? Or we just talking about
It don't
general?
matter, just any religion.
Well, for one, the thing with a religion is that the religion typically practices and only focuses on the text. But however, the difference between religion and spirituality actually concentrates on the connection. That's the difference. Because with religion, you have rules, you have laws. But however, the thing with the rules and the laws, it does not embody and encompass humanity and the diversity and individuality. That is the difference. Because the
Okay,
thing
so
is,
can you say that in the same realm of us as a society, that yes, we are bound by these laws and regulations, but we're still human within those? So if we're still human within those laws and those constraints, then how can we then put uh a blame on any one certain gender, or that all black men or disparaging black women or vice versa? Why wouldn't it be the universal law that we are human, all of us?
because the one gender, us men, are the ones that taught the patriarchy. That depending
So
upon the system, the same
you
way.
think naturally innate in a man is the patriarchy? When you're born, you already have the concepts of the patriarchy embedded in you.
Repeat, come again.
I'm asking, when a man is born, when a baby boy, do you automatically have the uh toxic patriarchy embedded in you? Are you born with those
Oh
concepts?
no, no, no,
Okay.
no. Everything is taught. Everything is
Okay.
taught, and this is what
So
I was talking about.
what I'm trying to get at is where are you getting that the concept of the toxic patriarchy had came from? Do you think that it's solely
Oh,
men that only came up with this?
wait. So you believe that men came up with the
Yes.
idea?
Oh yeah.
Wait. 'Cause I have a
I don't
question.
believe that. I don't believe that.
So
I
do
don't
you
think it was
wait?
just solely men that came
So
up
do
with
you
toxic patriarchy.
It's world history. I mean, like it's not a.
exact?
It's
No,
Okay,
they
so
asking, no.
Are
He's
you
asking.
asking if it's like
Actually,
a
wait,
natural
no,
inclination for
because
young?
I have the perfect. I have the
there is.
perfect question.
Hold on,
Wait. I have the
hold
perfect
on,
thing
hold
for
on,
that.
hold on,
Can I
hold
try
on.
to clarify that a little bit?
Anywhere there is a patriarchy, it's because there are men in rulership and men in government and men in authoritative positions. Why? Which is why it's the patriarchy to begin with.
So you're saying that men
idea,
give us a
though?
dictatorship over women?
Hold on,
Created the idea.
hold
That's what I'm
on.
asking. Who created the idea?
Exactly. That's what. Yeah.
No.
Who created the word to call it
Just like
patriarchy? We
just
could
like
call it anything. We could call it Fred.
I'm not gonna keep
No matter.
saying I'm not gonna keep saying hold on.
Sorry.
Just like in this country, we don't refer to our forefathers. Our foremothers. It's our forefathers. Men established the Declaration of Independence. Men established the Constitution. Male government, masculine government, left brain mindedness. Patriarchy is birthed out of men getting the access to the resources and the power that allowed them to establish whatever their vision is for whatever they consider to be society and community. That's why
But
it's called
conscious. How can we, as black men, be part of the patriarchy when we had nothing to do with what the founding fathers had put out?
Hold on. If the question be asked to me, let me answer the question.
Yeah.
Black men did not create the patriarchy of America. But the problem is Black men are using it as a model, as an identity, and a sense of power for themselves. So they're mimicking white patriarchal power, which is why we say that Black men are the white men of the Black community.
Huh?
That makes sense.
See,
That
yeah,
was just
that,
that was
and
just
then
make us the
then
men of the black people.
Where else would conquered men get their sense of self from? They're getting a sense of self from the men who not conquered. AKA,
are we talking about men now? Are we talking about men now?
Talking about how this issue became what it is today, which starts all the way back to black and brown people being enslaved and black men watching and desiring and salivating at the mouth the same liberties that they saw their white male counterparts indulging in but couldn't because of the issue of race.
Can I respond to
you're telling me, Conscious, in that time over the 400 plus years, that black women and black men didn't come upon an agreement to where black men were going to be, it was going to be a patriarchy. The black man was going to be the leader of the house. That wasn't something you don't think that was ever a general consensus?
That's a white.
Welcome to Christianity. Welcome to religion. This is what we're talking about.
Wait a minute. This is confusing because
it is.
Tucker just made the point about it being called the forefathers. Who fought for that, right? Who fought for that? I didn't see not one woman out there with a gun.
What are you talking about? What's
But that's the point that he's proving.
But wait a minute.
Hold on. Men, but
Logic. Let me rock with me for a second because I hear you. I'm not. This is what I'm saying. I hear y'all up to a point.
Hearing and listening are two different things.
You gonna rock with my verbiage or what? You want me to say hear, listen? I'm using in my ears. I mean, like, come on, Conscious, rock with me for a second, all right?
Okay,
rock with me. All right, I'm listening to you. I'm taking in what y'all saying. Okay, I am. But I'm with you to a point because, like I said, we are all black men of a certain age. And we're all sitting here like, man, we don't rock with the patriarchy. I can't find 5 black men outside of us 5 black men that'll tell me they rock with the patriarchy. So y'all saying it and I hear you, but that's not what we're imprinting on our community. We're not. Black men haven't had that much influence in our community in a long damn time.
Yeah, we have a lot of influence in our community.
Then why are we sitting here talking about we need to step up then?
Or why are we saying that black men are the white men of the black community?
Thank you.
Because the pendulum, okay, I got you. Don't worry. I most definitely fill in the blanks because the pendulum have already swung. That's the reason why. And then we talk about the white men and the black men trying to be like the white men is because of the social conditioning that we tell women to follow the lead of a man I'm gonna keep saying this on his channel every single day. Every time we have this comment, we tell women to follow the lead of a man on a daily, but then we're shocked when they do it. And earlier, you did say the whole thing. Oh, don't worry. Okay, so y'all don't believe that?
I mean, I wouldn't
explain that one. I didn't understand it.
Okay, I got you. So it starts from all the social conditioning, as in religion, as in you must submit to your man, as in the guy is the head of the household. He's this, he's that. Even it goes so deep, even with the fairy tales, as in she's the damsel in distress, and the guy comes and save her. Do you want me to go further?
No, I get that example.
Okay, got you. So even then, earlier, you guys said that, and I'm just gonna make it general because I don't feel like I'm attacking because I know my tone could be a bit much. But earlier, you guys did mention and say that, women are the ones that also did the patriarchy. So I'm gonna ask you both you guys this. So did black people create racism?
No.
My point exactly.
But
so
that's not.
Ask a black person. Can they be racist? Ask a black person. Can they be racist? Ask a black person, can they be racist? No, black people can't be racist because systemic racism set it up to where black people can't be racist. So what point does that make?
The only reason black people would be racist is because we're being racist back. White people were racist first.
Well, to see those points, it's a game.
To who though?
It's a game of semantics. Black people cannot be racist.
We can't oppress black
prejudice.
people.
Black people can't be prejudiced.
Black
We
people.
don't have
So
any
how can so wait a minute? So check it out. So check it out, Conscious.
White
And I'm trying to
people
rock with
can
you.
do genocide.
If black people can't be racist because of the system, how in a system that black men did not create are we able to oppress our black women if we don't have the system built for us?
That's what I'm saying. It's not for anybody. It's not for either or.
A CEO, I'm going to speak directly to you. This is very simple. I don't know why this is
well, Conscious, I agree with him. I agree with everything the CEO said.
I'm sure you do.
Oh, let him rock.
I'm going to speak. I want to speak to CEO directly to the question he just asked. This is not trigonometry. It literally is not a complicated thing. Black men don't have any privilege beyond the black community. Where their privilege exclusively resides is within the black community. To Reckless's point, you can look through the last century and see the way that black patriarchy was weaponized through the use of Western Christianity, which is where we get our gender role constructs from, regarding men being the head, women not being able to participate in any positions of authority within the church, not being allowed to be pastors, not being allowed to be deacons, not allowed to be all of these things, women having to be modestly dressed, Henry himself just came up here and talked about the way that he was socialized as a young boy compared to the way that black girls are socialized, how black men are given a certain level of sexual autonomy, in contrast to women who are taught to be very conservative, to wait to be chosen, to assume a allegiance to chastity and virtue regarding their womb, their body, to be chosen, to be validated by a man, etc. Like the fact that we're talking about women not even being able to work commercially in the country. The fact that we're talking about women rights to vote are less than 50 years old. Like, we're not talking about something man-made. Literally, this is the construct. And yes, to knock out point of whoever it was, a CEO, because women already are submissive largely by nature anyway. Black men had an opportunity to have a sense of self-empower within their own communities, and women stood behind that. That's why when you look at any black pastor, any black civil rights leader, there was a melanated woman standing behind him. There was a wife supporting men in leadership, bearing his children, bearing his calling, bearing his purpose. But what's happened now in contemporary times is that black men, because of being targeted by white patriarchy, whether that's through crack, whether that's through drugs, whether that's through etc., all the things that have destroyed our community, something has happened to the spirit of black men in our community. And black men are dying onto the streets. Black men, life expectancy is only to 45, etc. Black men are not taking care of themselves. Black men are killing each other. Black men are killing women. Something has happened, and that's reflected in the actual data of this country. Nobody is talking about no fairy tale ass shit up on this panel. We can run all of the numbers to support the fact that something is happening within the black male space, and whatever it is, black men are not even surviving it. Whatever the cancer is, black men are not even surviving it, yet alone any of the rest of us, yet alone black women, yet alone black trans women, yet alone black queer people, whatever the fuck it is, it's not survivable.
So can I respond?
Now,
hold on. I got no. I don't want to get.
I'm about to wrap it up. I'm about to wrap it up. So now black men are upset because when black men, when crack and all this other shit was introduced, and black men started being overly sentenced and down onto the streets and down onto drug culture and gang culture and being driven into the prison industrial complex by the bundles and by the droves, black women were forced to step up solely as providers. They were forced into their divine masculine because of the attack on black men. But now, because black women have had to stand in their own autonomy and see that they can do it themselves in lieu of all things that women are fighting for, and to your point, CEO, legislations, rights being given, access being given to women, has now put women in a position to not necessarily go back to some outdated, barbaric ass system and now request and demand more of men, because women have been allowed to do more for themselves without the help of men. So men not only have to figure it out when it comes to women who now can provide the table, can be the damn table, but men as a whole also have to deal with whatever has happened to them spiritually. Because for a long time, even though the black community gave black men reign at the top position, black men have largely not done the work spiritually. They have not healed a lot of that generational shit up. They don't even confront their own sexual traumas done unto them by other men. They have not faced the fact that their fathers have never came to fuck home, which is why they have to look up to a Kevin Keaton Hill Samuels to begin with. Black men have largely not liberated themselves and dealt with the emotional and mental and psychological injuries that have happened to them. And there is real healing for whatever reason that black men, I don't know if they don't know that they need it, or the healing because of the way we've socialized black men to be so emotionally sterile that they can't even feel their injuries. So they're under the impression that they're all fine when they're fucked up and corroded from the inside out. I don't know whether it's a numbing or whether black men are actually aware of the pain they go to bed with. If they're aware of the pain that exists in their bodies, that exists in their defensiveness, that exists in their rage. I don't know whether there's lucidity there. Our men are just desensitized because, unfortunately, we have the issue of also being socialized to be emotionally separated and out of tune and out of whack. But the community is calling for black men to heal it up because none of us are surviving it. Black women are having to divest in order to avoid the violence and the mommy issues of niggas.
But whose issue is that? If we have mommy issues, whose issue is that?
It's the individual.
It's yours, man.
Yeah, it's ours.
It's yours.
I don't believe that. I think the mom's issue is partly hers as well. I don't think that's totally on black men. That's crazy.
How old are you? How old are you, sir? I'm just curious.
No, that's a deflection. When mommy is in the conversation, then we can get in mommy's ass about what she needs to do on her end regarding the fuck shit she put her children through. But when men are here, we're talking to men about what they need to clear up because your healing is yours and yours alone.
If you have mommy issues that resulted from mommy, that's not your issue as her son to make her deal with her issue, is it? Is that what you're saying?
No,
Henry, is that what you're saying? Wait, hold on. Henry, was that what you're saying?
Okay, hold on. So let me say it slow. Our issues are ours to clear up. Men have to clean up their shit. Whether mommy did it, poppy did it, women did it, men did it, because the residual impact of that mess is in you, not in them. But because of the issue of black men not dealing properly with their mental and spiritual health, Black men are projecting those daddy and mommy issues onto women's faces and bodies, literally. They're projecting it onto each other's bodies, literally and physically. One of the very interesting hypotheses that I loved by a high-level intellectual Black woman when she went to assess the issue of domestic violence and why Black men are the larger perpetrators of it over women came from the idea that maybe the reason why Black women absorb the physical rage of Black men is because of the emasculation of a capitalistic white patriarchal construct, and because Black men don't have the power to actually take out the aggression on massa, they take out the aggression on they bitch.
Come on, somebody. Come on, somebody.
All right, hold on. All right. I gotta jump in. Hold on. Can I just hop in real quick?
Nothing happening.
Because you're not wrong. You're not wrong about that. Like you, hold on.
Happening within.
You're not wrong about that. But that's it's something about that you said. Hold on. Because I gotta jump in real quick. Because I wanna make a point. Because you're not wrong. Like, yo, 95% of what you said was wrong, and I'm gonna tap on one. I mean, not wrong, but right. And I'm gonna tap on one major thing that you said was right. We cannot come down on Black women and call them out on their daddy issues, and we can't understand the issues that we went through with our parents. We gotta shake that shit off. We cannot drag that shit into relationships like them either, because they sit up and they see they mom treated bad and all this other shit, and we can't do the same thing, right? And you're not wrong about the violence part either. You know what I'm saying? I can kind of see how that works. But here's the thing. And here's the caveat that you kind of put on Black men being leaders when you say that. If Black men are that oppressed to the point to where we feel like we got to take our anger out on our women because we lack that much power.
And on each other.
And each other. I'll give you that. How would we then automatically turn around and have that much power to change the community?
By self-awareness and accountability.
Self-awareness don't bring power though, man. That's what I'm saying.
That's how it starts.
Exactly leads to power.
I'm saying self-awareness didn't get them people that we talking about that's oppressing us into where they was at. Okay, that's what I'm saying. That ain't self-awareness, because we all self-aware right now, but we can't topple no fucking white patriarchy. Let's separate between. Let's take women completely out of this situation. Hold on. Rock with me. Let's take women completely out of this situation. Let's talk about Black men and white men. You can't sit up and be like that. We've been oppressed and we've been put down, and then turn around and expect us to be able to get up from that.
So lay down and die. So just lay down and die. How about that? Just go in the corner.
Nobody's saying lay down and die, but there's got to be healing that's got to be had between both. You can't just expect Black men to start healing out of nowhere.
Okay. Let me jump in. If y'all start talking to these niggas about their healing,
I ain't even really finished saying what I'm saying.
Let me go back to what we were saying about men not holding men accountable. Men would rather
It's not about men not holding men accountable. We all here. So the example of Black men holding Black men accountable is here. The problem is it's not on us, men who are aware of what we are doing, to go back and pull the shit niggas up with us. That's what I'm talking about.
That doesn't make sense.
Other men
You got to though. You can't not.
That's why everybody in here know that when they get rich, everybody in here know that right now, if they had $1 billion and that one cousin called them asking for some money, they wouldn't give them shit.
So
you know that's why. Because we don't fucking need to be reaching back, helping somebody that ain't trying to help their damn self. At some point, we gotta get. That's what I'm saying. We ain't even a.
That's the reality. That's the reality, though. You're living in a fantasy world if you're thinking that you can just reach out and touch everybody. That's not reality.
You're telling me, especially.
I don't think that's what we're saying.
Okay, I have a question.
You are saying that though.
I have a question for the heterosexual.
We're not saying everybody. It's impossible.
Black men are not what we need to be at as a whole. I can stand with you on that, Mark. I'm with you on that. But you can't sit up and then be like, well, y'all need to take over and do all this, because we fucked up out here. That's why the
But the
small
thing,
percentage of us.
no, but
Wait a minute. That's why the small
Okay.
percentage. That's why the small percentage of us tend to drift the fuck off because we haven't had that. We haven't had that fucking We haven't had that go reach back and pull nobody up because that shit'll stop you. Do you realize? Listen, think about this, right?
Don't stop.
Think about this. Hold on.
give up.
Hold on.
I do
So
it every
everybody
day.
want to
It
bring
don't
up
stop me at
Chicago
all.
and
I
shit.
do it.
And I ain't
do
coming
it
at nobody here, but I'm
every
using
day.
Chicago as
I
the
do it
city that
every
I
day.
know. Chicago is known for producing some of the greatest basketball players of all time. But I can tell you 100 of them right now that you will never hear about in Chicago because they drifted off and did some other shit. You can't go back and get them. They didn't want to fucking be helped. They seen that shit time and time again.
We'll
Seen it
start a
over
movement,
over and
and the
over
people
again.
that
We
want to
can't worry
join,
about them.
but also
it
wait,
will
but
matter
also
to the people that want to
but,
join.
but also Conscious also talked about, and not too long ago in one of his panels, that also being broke is also a mentality as well and a trauma. So you can't go from one extreme and then go to the next extreme and think that things are going to change. You actually have to work through those traumas.
I mean,
Because now, just because you were a fool when you broke, you're gonna be a fool with money.
But what's
That
broke?
like
Logic?
that doesn't help.
What's broke?
But
Logic?
however, wait, but wait, but
Gotta
however, I
use
do
your
want to say this
resources.
because
Gotta read.
the whole thing. Wait, hold on, wait. The whole thing I do want to address is that you guys were talking about the healing and all these different types of things, but that's the reason why we're bringing up you guys having more understanding, because Black women and Black queer people, we're there. But however, you guys push us away.
No,
now, I'm not
sir.
saying you guys directly on the
Absolutely not.
panel, because I don't want you. But
Absolutely not.
you guys are the
Absolutely
ones
not.
that push us away.
Absolutely not. Absolutely
Okay.
not.
Why not?
Absolutely not. Because we see that I'm gonna be straight up with you. From a certain point of view, it kind of seemed like the LGBT community of Black women against Black men sometimes. I'm gonna keep it a band with you. I ain't trying to shake it up, but I'm gonna keep it 100 with you.
Oh, now you ain't trying to shake it up, CEO? Okay.
I mean, I'm not trying to shake it up controversially. I'm trying to have a conversation. Trying to have a conversation, right? You know what I'm saying? That's why I say I ain't trying to shake it. I ain't trying to piss nobody off. I'm trying to have the conversation.
Oh, now you ain't.
Because it needs to be had. No, because I can. That's what I'm saying. That point right there. That point right there. Why I couldn't say something as simple as that and then not trigger y'all?
Because it's BS. I'm sorry.
Wait a minute though. You don't know me from a can of soup. What about me saying that triggered you?
But hold up, I'm about to get into it, because the thing is that with the culture that's being being cultivated, what about the existence of the white patriarchal system? If the femininity in women aren't respected, what makes you think the femininity, especially the extreme femininity expressed in queer men and women and trans women, are respected? Like, that's the thing I really want y'all. Like, I have questions. Like, what makes y'all think anything that queer people stand for is going to be respected in the eyes of Black men?
I don't see Black men in droves trying to stop the LGBT community from existing. I don't see those as the ones screaming in the LGBT community face about telling y'all that y'all shouldn't exist. I don't see
Black church
men on the front lines doing that shit. So
the Black church.
Front lines have you?
Wait a minute, hold on, time out.
Line.
That's another point I
You
want
ain't
to talk
seeing
about.
half of your
Hold on.
community rallying behind the homophobic
That's
rhetoric
another
of
point I want to talk about.
and
Stop trying to hold Black men accountable for the Black church when Black men ain't even there. You talk about a decade.
All right, good night, guys. I'll holler at y'all.
Okay, hold on. Okay,
That's
here,
what I'm saying. I'm trying to make a point. Y'all
All right.
want to make a point. We talked. You Conscious brought up a fact about the church being a certain type of way a decade ago, and how it was down in Black women and all this. And I can be like that because, like I said, a lot of what you said was right. But at the same time, that's why I'm saying we need to understand where we talking about is us as the men on this panel now, because we're the ones that can make the change. The people y'all talking about too old to do nothing. They too old to do shit right now. The ones that can make a change is the ones that's growing up right here. Right now, we not the Black men in the church. You want to know why? Because the church is full of Black women. Those are the people in church right now. Because guess what? The same way y'all sit up and talk about we run the patriarchy and we do this and we control women with the white Christian patriarchy, then why is it that every Black woman who asks for when you ask a Black woman what type of traits you want, he got to be a man of God. He got to be a God-fearing man. They
Well,
run the Christian. Wait a minute. Hold on. They run the Christianity faster than the black man ever will, because we've known for a long time that there's been some bullshit in that fucking church. There's been a lot of bullshit in the fucking church. That's why we've separated ourselves from it, because they have demasculated the black community, but in the ways that y'all don't want to see. The black man didn't contribute to that. That one ass black man that was speaking them good sweet nothings into them women's ears, because they realized that they couldn't boss black men around from the pulpit, because we was tired of getting bossed around from the white man at fucking work and the white man that's sitting around with the fucking police uniforms on. So we be goddamned if I sit up and hear somebody tell me I ain't shit from the pulpit when I work more hours than he do and all this other shit, but because he feel like he a man of God, he can judge me. I be goddamn. So you know what? Men like me and men like everybody else left the fucking black church. Ladies, y'all want it, you can have it. And you know what? You sit up and y'all they sit up and they listen to these men who have all this flash. You know what they do? That man represents the man that they want to be talking to them. It ain't us. That ain't us. Because that man is speaking from a goddamn whole different place. He talking about some spiritual shit. He trying to keep you in the spiritual realm. When we the men with the feet on the concrete down here with you. So you want to talk about black church when black women put more stock in Sky Daddy than they baby daddy? Quit playing, bro. I ain't trying to hear that.
Well, don't worry. Well, since you don't try to hear it, allow me to repeat and reiterate, also change up some words, because you also said how black men were in the church, but however, we also know that with toxic patriarchal system, black women weren't pastors. So who were the pastors in the black church? Who were the pastors now?
Logic.
Wait, but who were the pastors?
Still largely men. Still largely men.
So it ain't no black women pastors now, right? Now we can sit up and act like it ain't.
Ain't nobody saying
I ain't moving the goalpost. I'm not moving the goalpost. Y'all making it seem like it's not available to them now.
We know damn well. A lot of churches are ran by black women. We know damn well that women occupy pastoral roles in the church, but men still predominantly represent the head of the church in the black community.
You want to know why? You want to know why? Because ultimately, Christianity is built around a man leading the whole damn operation, which is why everybody seems to
that now women represent that power structure. But then when you get gathered, then it's like, well, let me explain why to your point. So which one is it? Do women represent the power structure, or do black men still represent the overall collective power in the black church?
Black men no longer represent the power structure in the black church. My thing is, hold on, wait a minute. Listen to what I'm saying, though.
That's why we still see the
let me make my example. Let me make my example, because I want us to connect. Right? Hold on. I want us to connect. Say this is your church, right? Say these check me out. These 207 people in your chat is your church, right? This your sanctuary, right?
You probably can't even name a female pastor.
Hold on. Would you have a church if nobody was here?
You probably can't even name a black female.
Would you have a church if nobody was here?
But you can call 10 of the black men out, though. You can probably call 10 black male.
No, I don't, because I don't fuck with Christianity, period. So fuck all of them. But I'm trying to make a point. I'm trying to make a point. Conscious. All right, I'm gonna try to make a point again. The 200 some odd people in your chat, right? That's your church. That's your congregation, right? Mm-hmm. Would you have a church if none of us was here?
Yes.
No.
If none of us was here, but yet I guess
conscious. If you was here by yourself, would you have a church?
Yes.
But that goes back to my point.
That shows that we don't really know how the word works, because it says 2 or more that gather a fellowship. You can't do it by yourself. The fellowship is the power structure in the church. All right, I'm gonna stop playing.
Follow up with what the man of the hour actually said, who said that the kingdom of heaven is within you and all around you. Get it straight from the horse's mouth in the word, straight from the red.
I'm not talking about the spiritual word, conscious. Come on, play fair. I can 100% agree with what you're saying. But can we flip to the other part of the scripture in the word where they say 2 or more that gather in my name are a fellowship? That's what makes church. That's what makes the church a church. That's why we were struggling with not having church for 2 years. When we couldn't go, we couldn't be a fellowship. Come on, man.
But once again,
hold on. I just have a single question because I want to allow Asar and Yusuf to get in here too. CEO. So what is it that you want us to understand? Like what's the remedy as far as you see it? Like what needs to happen to better this thing? What's the issue? What's the solution?
The solution.
Thank you, Surfer.
The solution is nuance. The solution is grace. The solution is balance. You cannot say on one hand, you can't speak air out of one lung and say that Black men have been oppressed and we've been put down and we've been held back, because all us as Black men up here can agree that we've been held back. That's why I said take the Black women out of it for a second, because that's the part that we having an issue with. Take the femininity part out of it. We as Black men have been held back by white men in the system, have we not? Since this system has been in place and it's been affecting Black people, that means it's affected Black men too, right? I'm trying to get some type of agreement because I don't want to assume.
Yes, the system has affected Black men, yes.
Okay. So if it's affected us to the point to where we're in this much of a fucked up position, how in the fuck do you expect us to just kip up, power up, go Super Saiyan in this motherfucker, and just bring the entire Black community up out of nothing? If we have no system, no power structure set up, we have no type of, we ain't got nothing to reach back from, because that part of our history has been clipped. If you ain't peeped, we have clipped ourselves from the civil rights movement. We have basically disgraced every leader we've ever had from back then. We done put down everybody we ever talked about. We found everything bad about them. We don't know what leadership should look like in our fucking community no more. But y'all want to heap it all on the Black men, and we like, look, can we get somebody to work with us? And y'all like, no, figure it out. You cross your hands.
No, that ain't me, because I'm telling y'all what to figure out.
Hold on. They cross their arms, turn their back, pat their feet, and figure it out. Well, we like shit. If we was put down far enough to where we was all hurting, and now y'all coming up as Black women, and to be honest, people in the LGBT community, if y'all coming up like that, and y'all have been making strides, which I can see it, and I'm happy. Don't ever get the fact that my tone and nothing like that is twisted. I ain't never saying that none of y'all should not have, nobody should never have nothing they should have. Like, I want everybody to strive and succeed. Just stop with the whole, we're responsible for some shit that we didn't do, especially the men now, because we're not talking. If we was talking to our fathers and our grandfathers, y'all wouldn't believe how much I'd be on y'all motherfucking side. Y'all wouldn't believe it.
But the thing is that you guys say that, but yet you repeat the same rhetoric yet your fathers were saying. And then on top of that, you guys said that you guys are not in the same.
You want to know why?
No. I'm talking about the core of the rhetoric. Because keep in mind, you could be, of course, very in your face, very aggressive with the rhetoric, but also you can be very passive or subtle with the rhetoric. But however, and that's also another reason why I say you always want to challenge thought, because then when you get down to the root, you actually realize, like myself, I was like, oh my God, I had so much internalized misogyny. I had no clue. But however, what I was going to say is that you guys said that you guys are in a particular area and all these different types of things, yada, yada, yada. The white man kept you down. But I guess you also forgot the key point of what Conscious said. Conscious said that your privilege does not exist outside of the Black community. Inside and within the Black community, that is where that privilege goes. Because guess what? Whether or not all the different times men are still quote unquote, and keep in mind, not only do men drink from that fountain of men must be the provider and must be the head of household, women do too, which is the reason why when Black men were in the church, women followed right behind. Because guess what? Follow the leader.
Yes,
and
they
also,
did.
And then now we're shocked. Once again, I keep saying it, we're shocked because we tell women to follow the lead of men, and then when they follow the lead of men, we are shocked. I'm not understanding. And then on top of that, you
I
guys
agree.
said that you guys are in a particular situation, as in not having resources. But then when black women and queer people reach back and try to grab for you guys, because you are our black brothers, you guys say no. I don't want to talk to no F word. I don't want to talk to no T word. They ain't gonna have me leading me. No woman gonna tell me what to do. Then sit up here and say that we lying.
That's true.
Because right now y'all playing in my face. Y'all, once again, once we get in these conversations, we like to have certain but when we get out of here, that's not the truth. Because when we reach back for our black brothers, what happens? I'm not having no woman lead me, or I'm not having no F word lead me, or no T word lead me. You confused.
I would love to speak to just to everybody. Hey, peace, everybody. The Conscious Crew, CTV, Reckless. Everybody, I come to y'all in peace. I come to y'all in
Love
peace.
you,
Okay,
sis.
I love you. I had my drinks today. Okay, I'm chill. I'm not trying to argue with nobody. I'm giving honest grace and fairness to everybody, but I am going to be honest. And it's not about nobody's feelings. Everything that CTV and Reckless Logic said since I've been here, stone on point. Now, that's not the point to you about nobody, about no individual, because we know a lot of great black men in our lives. For we ourselves are great black men. We know, and we looking for you, and we calling you to action about the women. We hear a lot of black men speak about what the white man doing, but you got to understand that's a man. And see, in this leading, the power in this community, the power structures, it's structural power that we're missing. It's the resistance. It's the unity between the black men and between the black women, separately and together. It's a lot. It's all the other isms. All the other isms, not just racism. They took all of those isms as men and flex on us as men, the original men. They flex on us as the original men because they got all the power of all the isms and all the structural, patriarchy in the world. It's because of how they work together despite their differences. White men don't get along. A lot of white men don't like white women. A lot of white women don't like their men, but they still work together irregardless because it's about the survival of their race. For their most popular slogan is 14 words, and it's about securing the genetic survival of white children or something like that. And then the other groups is about the Aryan pure white race, and then this and that, and we're the originals. And black women are looking at us and complaining to us and giving us their grievances because they look at us as that authority and as that leader in their community. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? It's about the good black men stopping the bad ones. It's about a good guy with a gun stop a bad guy with a gun. It's the same thing in our community. Black men, we have to unite and come together to resist the opposing forces, okay, with new methods that's keeping them in power. We do a lot of mimicking the white man, and the white man's ice is colder, but we don't do the things that keep them in structural power. You see? And so this is the thing that's missing. You see, there's so many power structures in the world where we're just not even there, don't know nothing, just started something, and we're literally the originals that taught everybody all of these social sciences. It's a bit of a shame that goes along to with a certain type of revolutionary black man, and it can't be just left on the gaze, and y'all treat us like we're less than because our dick don't get hard for them. But y'all bringing us all into this world, you see, and y'all gender roles is reversed. Y'all shit is broken, and we're just nothing but coming in this world. And if you can't see through the world and the way it is and the people that you birth, and just one more thing, because I was listening, black men, we got to rise to the occasion. We got to rise to the occasion. This calls for the authoritative divine masculine. And that regardless of any situation, any group of peoples up against oppression and reestablishing themselves and a certain dominance. And so, yeah, we broken. And so we can't cry out to the white man to help us and unite with us and be allies. And we can't cry out to black women because they sitting around waiting to be feminine. They sitting around waiting to be loved and appreciated. When something happens to us in the news, black women is crying. That could have been my son. But when something happened to the women,
We got every excuse in the world how we an enemy too, how we a victim too. You know, we got to remember the womb and the tit that we come from. And it's not about bashing nobody. It's about holding people accountable. All right. And I'm going to just pause right there because I know it's a lot of people, but it's a lot of thoughts. And I wrote down a couple of my thoughts. And CTV and Reckless Logic, y'all never fail to do what needs to be done. I appreciate y'all so much. It ain't nowhere to go in these YouTube streets if you don't go live yourself or come to CTV. Ain't nowhere
I
to
want
go.
to hop in right there, Yusuf. I miss because I listened to you guys give knock out the jury, and also a few things that was said on the other. I did the 8 hours, boo, right? And I just came in on this 3 hours. So Yusuf just said everything I was thinking. On top of being an African woman in as a generational prisoner of war from white oppression, we loan and give men our spirit, and we're not getting that energy back from them, and we're seeing constant betrayal. So it definitely becomes really, like I said, demon energy when you have a group of men that have not fought for a position but come to us with these oppressive talking points of head of household. We as a community have no house, and then on top of it, we're always putting blame on either men or women when women constantly are asking and working with our group of men from a place of sincerity, and we're not getting it back. So it's like when we're hearing victim in the chat, I said, what is this, another crybaby session? We can't take no more complaints. We don't want to hear. We would just want to see the same energy reciprocated. And the fact that that's not even being addressed, but everybody's talking about what the system is doing to them, it definitely comes across as not big dick energy and not someone who even should be heard out. So when you have a group of men constantly saying what your position is as a man in the society, that you have no voice as far as being head of household, offering women marriage, saying that women who actually didn't tie themselves to you are less valuable, when you need the spirit of this whole community of women, it does not prosper, and it's never going to make sense from what you're using. The parts of your conversation that is missing from your perspective is always going to seem disingenuous. It's always going to seem demonic. Even when you're sitting here claiming to be men, it's almost laughable. Facts. So when I was being ridiculed as a single woman making it through this space, seeing so many other men, I mean, women in my family marry men, that it did not prosper them or us as product. I came from married parents that came from married parents and chose not to do that because economically, psychologically, emotionally, that was not beneficial to me as a black woman. Y'all got more excuses than we do, but we get criticized more than you do, and you're still allowed not to show up in this space, and you still get more support than us, and you're still complaining. It is really, really sad at this point. There is almost, so this is what we're going to need you to do. For real, for real. Do not complain. We don't care. You're getting killed. Save your life. Facts. We feed you, we birth you, we make sure your legacy stays alive. Mr. 33s, Mr. Trash. You understand? That's all we've been getting. But and then on top of it, we're getting criticism in return. Like, what else do you want us to say? What else do you want us to
Nada.
do? How else are you supposed? How
Nada.
else are we supposed to march? Like I'm as real as it's getting, and I couldn't find nobody can match my energy in your community as men. Only the
Preach.
gays match my energy. We have so many perspectives being put on why we're being forced to make these decisions, but y'all bringing certain talking points to the table to excuse your behavior. That is no longer acceptable in 2022. Grow up. Facts on facts on facts.
Preach.
If I can get on this panel and tell how I
Preach.
became the victim of my circumstances, we're going to need black men to show up in this space a little bit more genuine.
But
That's
okay,
it.
but let me ask you this honestly: why are you not with a black man then?
Who says I'm not? I just don't make it a glory about claiming y'all. It's embarrassing.
It's embarrassing, but you're with a black. So you're embarrassed to be with a black man?
No, I'm just happy to have my needs met.
Oh, strange. Yeah. All right.
Dog eat dog world.
And she got to work harder than any other woman to get that from her.
Let's
So
talk
yeah,
about it.
let's work hard to use each other. That sounds
yeah,
good.
right.
Oh,
so my point
wow.
is this.
No.
So my point is this. So hold on. Because my point is this. And I can understand exactly what you're saying, Miss Lady. I can. But the point is, you came up here with that energy and nobody was talking to you. You came up here mad. right? So my thing is this: nobody made any talking points. We were speaking. Hold on, hold on, time out. You hold on, wait a minute, hold on, because you said a lot. Because you came up here throwing the little dick energy, all this other shit. You came up here real mad about something nobody said.
Not mad, frustrated. Grow up. Stop complaining. That's what I said. I
frustrated,
said what I said. Don't reduce me to being angry. I actually care more about you than you care about yourself. I'm gonna need you to get mad too, my brother.
You just said you don't care. You just said you don't care.
I said I care more about you than you care about yourself. That's another statement.
I promise you don't. Because if you cared about me any, you would understand that I would never disrespect you to the point to belittle you to make you feel like anything. So you don't care about
disrespect us every day by not doing what you're supposed to do. We're past that.
Clicked up on the link to make a claim to what you heard up here today, and I can guarantee you that a man on this panel today disrespected you personally. That's what I'm talking about.
I didn't have done that. I don't care about that.
You want to come to the conversation? I came to the conversation to talk, and what I'm talking about is this.
Well, go build something. All you do is talk and complain.
You can't. Ain't nobody complaining. The fact is, you can't find a solution to no problems.
But you're grieving and challenging.
So at the beginning of this conversation, what I said was black women continuously offer you men solutions to what needs to be done, and you're very dismissive, or you're playing victim.
Your solution is black women's time. Hold on. Are we working together, or are we working on black women's needs?
Please, can I speak?
Let the host speak.
Excuse me.
Oh,
he said host. He said host. And
CTV was host. Okay, I thought that was CTV.
All right, no problem.
I'm sorry.
Can I get 2 seconds?
Yes.
Okay. This is what I feel as a black woman, as a celibate black woman. I would never say that I'm in a relationship with dealing with a man, and I'm ashamed to even mention that I'm dealing with this man or produce this man. I can't sit up here and say that I'm outraged about the behavior about my black men when I'm constantly laying down with them. I can't say, hold on, I can't say that I'm outraged about my black men when there's clearly women running amok and doing craziness and compromising the decent black woman. And so, yeah, a lot of times, well, not a lot of times, the truth. The one without the clothes get the attention. The one with the eyelashes with her ass cheek out, that's the attention. The other woman, she considered rough and this and that. She's not considered as the one that's trying to, not going to let you see before you get it because you may not get it. She's not the woman that nobody cares to look at. So with that being said, I'm saying this. If I feel away, I'm not going to be with you. You can't say and bash them and make them feel bad and you still dealing with it. That doesn't make sense.
Let me say this to you. Let me say this to your point, I refuse. I just find it so interesting how we are supposed to cuddle men's feelings when people are literally out here disproportionately dying at the hands of men, and yet we're supposed to cuddle men's communities' feelings over the literal violence that everybody else is experiencing at the hands of
right.
Are we serious? I don't give a fuck about men's ego. I don't give a fuck about my own ego as a man, and I definitely about another man.
I understand.
And if niggas need their egos bruised it will be. If niggas need a black eye to their ego, a black eye it shall be. If niggas need their egos completely obliterated and terminated and exterminated, then so the fuck be it. I don't give a fuck about people's egos when people's lives
CTV, can women be wrong?
Are literally in danger. The last thing we need to do is pacify men. The problem with men largely is a ego issue. So to cuddle it literally is to only reinforce the issues that we need to remedy.
How are black men being coddled? How are black men being coddled?
Black men not been making themselves very clear the last few decades, knockout.
Black men have very much so been making themselves clear in the last few decades.
I rest my case. That's enough said. Like, what do you mean?
So how is tearing down a black man motivating him? How is that encouraging him?
No.
That's what you said. drop your nuts and do what you're supposed to do. Just do what you don't
Grow
complain
up
and
and
don't say
stay
anything.
alive. We
Like,
are
you
not
want to
your
say, but
enemy.
you want to say
There's
black
a
men need
lot of
therapy.
energy
Black
that
men
y'all
need.
waste attacking us. Nobody's here
You're
for that.
attacking black men.
First of
So
all,
how is
I
the
show
energy
up in
supposed to be
this space
reciprocated?
unapologetically, not attacking you, attacking the spirit of the weakness, but the fucking balls y'all have when y'all speak to us. That's what I don't got time for. That's what is annoying.
But you just came up here screaming at people that didn't disrespect you
Exactly.
at all.
Exactly.
That's
And I'm
what
not
you
even
go
But you want everybody to be
Who should she
quiet.
complain to? Who should she complain to?
Complain to the niggas that are doing that
That's
shit. Why are you
and that's
complaining
what
to
I'm saying,
us?
though.
Black
Her
men are the
complaints are
leaders.
not falling on deaf ears. It's the fact that you want to sit up here and yell and scream and come at us crazy.
To the
And
choir. You're
and you
preaching to the
want
choir.
Them, they
solutions.
just eat it. When men come
Nothing.
at
Hold
women, they
on,
eat
because
The
it.
I
whole
think, and that's
speaker,
my
y'all.
point.
Hold on,
That
the
is
whole
the
speaker.
microcosm of all of
Hey,
what we're
y'all. Hey,
talking
y'all.
about.
Hey, y'all.
How do you expect solutions to happen between black men and black women when that is the rhetoric that is being spoken across?
The whole
CEO.
speaker, y'all.
The captain is captain. I need y'all to respect the captain of the ship. I think that it is totally bizarre for y'all to I just think it's so interesting how people can literally pour their souls out, and the only people who actually honestly do that are women and queer people who are willing and brave enough to open up their souls, to pour out their pain and their sadness, to give you a complete look to the inside. And then the only thing cis hetero men can do when they hear and they get access to that vulnerability that they're being gifted with is make it about tone. I find it interesting.
No. Conscious, we're not going to do that. We can't do that because we get policed on our tone. We get policed on the way that we do things.
I'm not going
I
to be.
promise, because I just watched you do a whole live where you shit on Kevin Samuels about his tone and how you disrespected black
Everybody will
women.
be
That's
interrupted
crazy as
by.
hell.
Everybody will be interrupted on this bitch by CTV if CTV gets interrupted. I'm not going to respect when there's no respect being given. I think it's so funny that we can police tone. And we just had a whole live the other day where I had to remind women that knockouts tone has to be fine because emotionality is all a part of abandonment, is a part of hurt, is a part of heartbreak, it's an emotional and psychological experience. And to stop there, to make it about that. And just like I came to Knockout's defense as a man and affirm his right to emotion as he speak, and then to have a black woman up here because her emotions don't take away from what she's saying. And this is an issue with men being sterilized as fuck and not actually knowing how to hear the roots and hear the truth that is being spoken. People are up here sharing their communities literally here, sharing their experience from the depth of their being. And all the cis hetero men can do on the panel is blocked, because see, tone and texture policing is just a way to not have to deal with the issue at hand. It's a deflection tactic. It's a way to be dismissive by making it about tone. Oh, while you're yelling, who gives a fuck? You're yelling because she's in pain. Clearly, she's yelling because this is a fucked up fucking issue, not just for her, but plenty of black women.
Come on, sir.
Black women largely. Why should she not be fucking mad as hell? Why should she not be fucking upset?
Right.
And if black men are fucking so victimized, like, it's weird that y'all be having more fucking smoke for us than y'all also participate in spaces with y'all tribe members and also being mad as hell at the motherfucking system. But the only time that y'all want to talk about and acknowledge the system is when y'all being held fucking accountable by y'all tribe members. Outside of that, y'all stay reinforcing the damn system.
True.
And one another.
So Conscious, you feel like I'm wrong for feeling like that, like we need to hold our men accountable?
I mean, the only people not holding men accountable is men. Everybody else is holding men accountable. Everybody else been holding men accountable. And then even sitting on here telling men to hold men accountable. Knockout is like, well, I can't really, I mean, I ain't Jesus. I can't work no miracles. And CEO is like, what the fuck is the point? I ain't got time to be saving these niggas. So it's like, okay,
it's too much. Listen, I just woke up on the night hour, right?
Okay, so like, and this is what we mean by not only is there no accountability, it's even more heartbreaking that there's not even a fucking desire for men to even help fucking men. So I guess the men's community is fucking doomed. Because men don't even really give a fuck. And now I don't take it personal because now I know that cis hetero men don't give a fuck about cis hetero men. So now I know it ain't personal. And I'm good on that.
Well,
I'm good on it. Now that I know it ain't personal and black men don't even want to save black men, I got peace about that.
I could have came up with a different tone while playing another one. Still not the case.
That's not the case at all. That's not the case at all. And to be honest with you, if we're going to hold black men to this level of accountability, there has to be accountability held with the other party as well. There can't be 100% of accountability being held on black men because that's what I've been hearing.
Some women too. I can't lie. I think both ends need work. I really believe that.
Both ends do.
There's no shortage of holding women accountable. Women get held accountable by women. When they get
all
held
the time,
accountable by men, they get checked by the system. They get dumbed down. They're left alone in this community when every other woman gets to rest in her feminine and just raise babies and be a housewife and do all of this stuff. Black women is the originators of everything. And so they are outraged. And for you to be her son, her lover, the one whose dick gets hard and breed and reproduce the whole race and don't even realize the importance of her cries. A black woman in distress.
That's right.
Nobody's discounting her cry for distress. But what I'm saying is that when there's a black man that has a cry for distress, it's put off as drop your nuts and go do what you have to do.
Why you have to cry?
When the energy is concentrated,
I got you. Cry louder, but you're crying on deaf ears. She's at least crying to you who can do something because you're a leader.
Yeah, well, crying on deaf ears is
Hold on, knockout. Hold on. Because that's my point. And that's what I wanted to respond to real quick. Because what I'm saying is in this situation, in this circumstance right here, where we at in this gathering right here, that don't even equate to what you're talking about. Because what I'm saying is this: we just witnessed a situation where Conscious was trying to make an example, right? And I need to have this conversation because it needs to be had. Conscious was trying to make an example of the lady coming in and giving her passionate feeling and her pouring her feelings out and how we reacted to it, right? Conscious, I'm gonna put you up on something. The reason that lady made that statement is because she put that statement in the chat. She came up in response to what we were saying in the moment, in us men being on what it says at the bottom of the page, all men's panel discussing their experience of black women in the community. So while black men up here being vulnerable and we trying to give our point of views and our voice of it, how is it that this black woman is allowed to come up here and yell at us and tell us to drop our nuts and we got small dick energy and tell us that she don't care and how black men is just going to get rocks off?
Well, I have a question.
Go figure it out.
Somebody.
Hold on. Knockout. Your speaker is literally like boosting. Like,
that's what I'm saying.
It sounds horrific. I personally requested Nico to come up here. I literally said, Nico, get up here. So she's up here at my request, and this is a men's panel that was always designed as established 3 hours ago for the link to be dropped for women to also come up here and deal with the things that men are sharing. That part of the contract also.
So that men come up and attack us?
No, kudos for us for coming up. Kudos to the men who came up.
Always in that conversation with women. Does that mean come up and attack us?
I just have it's still allowed a knockout.
You might have to come back out and
it's
come
staticky.
back.
Like it sounds like static.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's staticky.
It's really bad.
I just got one question for you, CO, and I want Wody also to have his opportunity to jump in here with his bald head self. Is so like, did you hear like aside from the emotion? Did you actually hear anything this black woman said? Did you hear anything she actually said beyond the emotion she used as a vehicle to put beyond the bottle she used to put the message in? Did you actually hear her? Like hear her?
I heard 110%. I absolutely did. You want to know why?
Because if you heard her say nuts be dropped and you heard her voice escalate, didn't it mean that you also heard everything else?
Can I finish? Can I finish my response to the question? I absolutely heard everything she said, because those cries of pain have not been falling on deaf ears. That's my point. It wasn't a man up here on this panel that discounted nothing that what she said. We were talking about the issues between men.
Okay, if that's true, and we're not getting along romantic wise, why haven't you built for your mom, your children, or other women in your community that you're not romantically involved with? If what we're saying should not be met with pure frustration, like, so that's for me. I'm going to slow it down.
Because my thing is this: you can't on one hand be like, oh, you can't disrespect a woman, and when she's speaking her, when she's speaking in her passion and in her excitement and in her pain, when that's what she was doing. That's exactly what she did. If us men, I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. I watch your entertainment. I'm 75% disagree, 25% agree. But guess what? I hit the link in vulnerability. As a quote unquote cisgender black man, I took the vulnerability to come up here and have a conversation with you, no matter how much I disagree with you. But guess what? Y'all want to sit up here and play and shake the dice up and make it seem like I can't feel disrespected because she was disrespected about something that don't even have nothing to do with me. That's where we have the problem right there. I don't have nothing to do with that. As a black man, we don't have nothing to do with a lot of the pain that y'all dealing with. Not on the whole, because y'all ready to spew that at any black man that you see. That's the problem that we have. We not discounting what you saying. We just saying, trying to spew your venom at every black man you see because you angry, especially when you getting bent over and piped by one.
Not angry, just don't play with none of y'all. Not angry, just don't play with none of y'all. So stop using the word angry. The way I show up in this space is how y'all been giving it up. So I act like I know you.
Let me ask you
Let's
this.
not do that angry. Stop dismissing me as angry. I came in this space vulnerable too before. Remember, knock out. I came in this space vulnerable too.
No.
And remember the energy I was met with. So let's not act like black men are nice people. Like you people are very understanding. Like, let's not do that. And the disclaimer is for this one, that was Conscious saying have respect. You can give it up however you feel, bro. You can't hurt my feelings. I know you. You understand? There's nothing a black man can do to further disrespect me or surprise.
Your job was to come in here and make a scene, though. Your job was to come in here and tell us how much your feelings was hurt. Nobody came here to hurt your feelings. But you came up
and don't dismiss me as a hurt person getting piped by a black. What the hell?
I was with you all the way up until you started talking that other shit. I was with you. you.
And see,
so you started yelling. You started calling names, so you started insulting. That's the thing about it. You because guess what? That's why I learned that
around a certain system and a certain disposition, but then we get called on it. It don't got nothing to do with you. Now it don't got nothing to do with you. Make it make sense.
The point you start getting and out your body, you are no longer right. You could be right all the way up into a point.
Well, as a person who gave birth to 3 black children, trying to keep it official with you niggas, this has never been the black men are not genuine, nice people to have a conversation with. So stop acting like any woman that addresses you needs to be coming to you with docile energy.
This is what stepping up look like. Because if you want black men to step up, we not gonna be okay with y'all just being randomly disrespectful.
Starts with not stepping up to the
Period.
niggas that oppress you,
That's the
to the
problem. Step
troglodyte
one,
oppressors.
we not
Not
finna
coming
be
in
being
our
okay
space
with random
telling us
disrespect.
about your
If we
problems.
deserve
Your
it,
problems
fine.
didn't start
But
with us.
step one
Your
in men
problems didn't
stepping up,
start with
if
us.
we get to have solutions, step one in men stepping up,
You
do
want a
not
reward
accept
for
random
every one
disrespect
little
from
thing you
nobody.
do?
Man, woman, white, black,
While you're
dog,
worrying about
child,
who's hurting
anything.
me, you're not worrying about what nursing home your mom is going in. You're not worrying about what school
I'm
your
not,
children
because she
attend.
said
You're not
already.
worried
Are
about
you
where
worried
you're going
about
to
the
be
nursing
buried.
home that you
Like,
going
come
in when
on.
that black
What
man
system
realize
of
that you
men
don't
is
love
this?
him and he leave your
Whenever
dusty
you
ass?
guys start
Huh?
talking about the system of men,
Huh?
you're using
You gonna know
marriage,
what your nursing
marriage,
home look like?
marriage,
You gonna make sure
marriage,
you know
nothing
your
else.
nurse name right now? You know you gonna know your nurse name too? Don't talk about my mama being nowhere
I
when your ass
know my
on the same
nurse's
road.
name. It's
While
going to be
you
my
sitting here
sister,
talking about
my
your man
mom,
is only
my
there for dick.
aunt,
Just
my
go
niece.
ahead and go over there
Women
to white
die
daddy and
in
see
a
if he rock with
circle.
you.
Where
Go
do
ahead and
black
see if
men
you get
die?
this same
Women
grace over there
die
with
in
the
a
white
circle.
motherfuckers that we've
Where
been
do
sitting up
black
here
men
talking
die?
about, been holding us back. Go ahead. While you sitting up disrespecting the shit out of white man, go find one of them white motherfuckers. Please divest. Please, I encourage you. You want me to give you the link so you can go
I
over there
am
and
the
have fun and
black
make that?
man's manufacturer. You
See,
better have some respect.
hold on, CEO. Let
What
me
you
try to
gonna
say.
say, 27-year-old knockout?
So you're not angry? Is what you're saying?
I'm annoyed, but I'm not angry now.
Yeah, it sounds like you're very pissed off. Can you calm down? I haven't said
mean,
anything to you.
you should not be the one. You need to stop. You really do. Especially with someone who takes it to a million. And then, like, if I was angry, I wouldn't be able to calm myself. This doesn't bother me. I just don't show up with
Yeah, it
a
really
space
does
of
seem like it
empathy.
does because
As far
your
as me
voice is
persuading
raised,
people
you're
having
escalated,
my blood pressure is still the
you're
same,
not
boy. Calm
stopping, you're
down.
not having a civil
All right,
conversation, you're
They're not
flipping.
making.
Right? He
I'm
gonna
not
passive
having
aggressive
panels
tone.
about
He
how
gonna
I
passive
treat
aggressive
people
tone after she done came up here and cussed out all the black men and let it be
because
known. Now
y'all
we
full of
gonna go
shit.
back to being
Because
docile in
y'all
the
full of
corner and
shit.
passive aggressive.
Because y'all full of
Quit
shit.
playing.
And Conscious just
Quit
gave you a
playing.
space to
Quit
prove
playing.
it.
Okay.
Quit playing.
So
That would light a
what's crazy to
fire
me?
under my
What's
ass.
crazy to me is how I was chastised for how I disrespect black women, how I was yelling at black women, how I talk to black women, but yet look at you talking to a black man that
You
you don't
shouldn't have
know.
no feelings toward me. I'm a darkie. Be quiet. Just carry
Yeah,
on.
that doesn't matter.
Bro,
You're a black woman, right?
bro. We can't do nothing. Nope. Fuck that. We will not engage no more. We do not negotiate with terrorists. Stop trying to find something to be
Brother up top.
No, because that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, though. Hold on. Because guess
Fight
what?
for her.
It's random microaggressions like that we have a problem with, that we can't speak up on, because if we do, then we hate women. We can't handle it. We less of a man. All this
true.
fucking man, get the fuck
When
out of
he
here,
gets
bro.
through, I
It's the
got something
oppression
to say.
Olympics.
Y'all been bullies.
Wow, we've been bullies. See, and that's the rhetoric that gets thrown around about cisgendered heroine. We like literally nobody said anything to you, but yet you're taking your anger out on us. We haven't done nothing to you. We don't. And the thing is, CTV. This is not passion. This is not just airing out grievances. This is somebody who's pissed off just to be pissed off.
I can't walk around as a light skin or a mixed person or even
Nobody's talking about color. Nobody's being colorist but you.
behavior. Everything you do as a group of men follow me as a woman, even when it wasn't my fault. Y'all can go somewhere else and pretend to be women. Y'all pretend to be white women. We got to wear the scars of all your mistakes. As a black woman, everything that each one of you do, I have to answer for in the public, even though I'm making aware of your
See how these
behavior.
motherfucking
That's why
Christians treating us, because
I
they put nigga in the fucking chat because we arguing now. Because they see black people up here arguing because you decided to come up here and change the fucking narrative. Now we got these racist motherfuckers in our chat typing nigga because you decided to come up here and change the goddamn narrative.
No, that's
now,
who
black
they
men
are.
sitting up here
That's
being
why they're
calm.
doing
You
that.
decided to come up here with that
On the
stupid
black
shit.
woman.
Focus on the black woman. We on the goddamn internet. I'm using my motherfucking passion in my words too. You don't hear my motherfucking cries of passion?
CEO.
Fuck you mean, man?
Blame that black woman again.
Look at him. Look at the chat.
Hello. Okay, these people have been here all week long, even when we ain't talking about this. It's beside the point. Let's stay focused. Y'all come down and put some ice on that. I need to mods. If y'all are in the building, y'all know when these conversations get crunk, the spamming starts hardcore. So please be on it, mods. Because yeah, boy, the assault is real. So mods, if y'all in the building, please look at the actual chat for me, please. and help me to monitor some of the
CTV, I got something to say when you.
Hold on. I need to control this real quick. Everybody, give me a second. Just everybody take a recess real quick.
You told everybody to report.
It's
and
funny
then,
though. It's funny though. While certain people join the chat, then all of a sudden you starting to see that more and more. And I'm not trying to highlight anybody, but it's funny though. There's somebody who joined the chat who promotes separation of the races. You see a bunch of people follow behind doing that.
Come on, man.
Is that right? Is that coming from another sector or what?
It could potentially be, but right, it's trying to. Do you find it odd?
No. As
You
soon
need to
as we
speak up
find
on
that
that,
out,
brother.
our
No,
differences.
speak up on that, brother. Say what you was finna say, because that's exactly on point. You noticed that when this conversation was cool and we was chilling, none of that energy was here. Soon as that energy started, bro, hold on. Take it from somebody who also stream. I ain't just speaking off somebody that don't do this, dog. I know how these conversations get.
But you're
Okay, then, so you should know that when the chat is going, hold on. You should know that when the chat is going,
that white people are racist, and that's what they're going to do.
And all this other shit, when it's a certain rhetoric going in the chat, that shit triggered the fucking algorithm.
Yeah, but black women in distress don't trigger you other than to snap on them and replace their pain with you.
Bro, come on, man. Come on, man. You gonna pick a side?
All of y'all are like that. There's no coincidence. There's too many black men like
This is what he does. This is what he does, CEO. But CEO, the crazy thing is, wait. The crazy thing is he just had a black woman on here that he wouldn't address that was claiming that he was perpetuating a lot of shit that people talk about black men doing to black women, but he didn't want to address that.
But he don't want to address. Okay, just same way you want to address that white man in the chat right now. Address.
No, I'm talking about you. I'm talking about you and you disparaging black women.
You the one. You are a waste of time to talk to. That's why black women feel like that.
What do you mean I'm a waste of time to talk to? Because you can't answer my question?
Right.
No,
weren't you disparaging a black woman? You were disparaging a black woman.
And we supposed to feel like both the communities is on our side, right?
White men don't go through this. Latin men don't go through this. Indian
you don't know that. You're not white and you're not Latino, so you don't know that. You're not in those circles.
Man goes through this, but black
don't
men
know that.
still take pride in dragging.
You don't know
black
that.
women and ready to check people. No, I know because we see online.
How would you know that?
It's a reflection of reality. It goes on in real life already.
As soon as the chat started bugging up, that same dumbass energy came in here. That's the only time this shit come in here.
I'm not even saying that person. I'm not talking about anybody on the panel. I'm talking about.
We supposed to just keep the dumb energy going. That's what we supposed to do, you guys.
Your patience.
Come on,
no, what I'm talking about.
We're supposed to keep the dumb energy going.
That's the thing about
it. The algorithm done changed, and we still going with the dumb stuff. We still going. We still going. We still.
And not one black man. I love you, CT. I'm in the chat.
Hold on. Wody and then Athar.
I have a question.
Yes.
To all of the men in the panel to change the dumb energy. Why is it okay for men to disassociate from the community when you claim it doesn't apply to you guys, but you're not understanding the energy of women that don't get that luxury?
True.
That's one of my biggest frustration. And yeah, I throw daggers on purpose. That's the thing. Like I said, continuously, unapologetically. Knockout. Even not the last interaction, but the one before that. How many times did you ill me when I came in this space, vulnerable, sharing, opened? Because I don't.
We're not gonna use vulnerable under the disguise of being straight up flippant and angry and shit. You've been angry. You've been mad.
Not tonight.
Well, yeah, you were. Yes, you were. And you saying that you're baiting. You saying that you were baiting somebody into an argument or into an altercation is not cool.
No matter what I say, I'm going to be met with ridicule, disrespect, and hostility.
No. That's not an excuse. You don't just do that.
That's not an excuse.
When did I do that?
It is an excuse. And it's a sorry ass excuse too, if you ask me.
Yeah, man.
It's not an excuse. It's a reason not to bother.
Because you can't take accountability for your action. Fuck a black
Exactly.
woman, black man shit. You an
What is that
individual.
supposed to mean? I can't take
You a
accountability for
grown
my
ass
actions.
fucking human. Take
I mother 3
responsibility for
people.
your ignorant ass outburst you fucking had. Grown ass individual.
Can I
Fuck
say
man,
something?
woman shit. You a human, right?
Baiting people into
Understand, right?
into an altercation. That's crazy.
On the collective cowardism that you display on a regular
You wanna
basis,
know how
then I'll
wanna
take
know how
that.
you incognito troll? You don't say the same shit you said in the chat. When you
You
came up
see my
talking about
name
that's
and my
why
picture, and that a troll, nigga.
fuck out of here. You said what?
You go first.
Hold on. Hold on. Before anybody go anywhere, what we're
And
about
still couldn't answer the question.
No.
Because your question was stupid. That's why everybody looked at you like you was dumb. Fuck out of here.
What we're about to do is we're about to untrigger the fuck out of this algorithm. So what everybody is going to do is put down the use of profanity. We're going to remove the word nigga. We're going to do all of that because we're about to untrigger the spam trolling. So everybody from this point on will be held accountable for every use of the English dictionary because we want to untrigger this. This is like ridiculous. So no more profanity, N-word, all of that. Abbreviate, acronym, do what y'all got to do.
Amen.
With that
You
being
notice
said,
this is something.
Hold on. Anybody who's interested in modding in the chat, let me know. Because I will probably need to temporarily mod up some people to help with what's going on. Once y'all see people put letters, like single letters, in the chat, just go ahead and block their ass because they're trying to spell out the N-word individually to create the spam effect. So when y'all see a person just put A or I or G or E, that's all they put in their statement, obliterate their ass, block them, and report the actual comment. Hold on, let me get my chat together. And
there you go.
I see them launching.
There you go. Yo, whoever sent the spam box, man, you would think you think it's potentially just one person that quick on the trigger?
Nah.
Or it could be a group of people who possibly saw with.
It's got to be a team.
Or 2 people, a team of people who are in a different sector and come together. And that's what I'm saying. That was not
Mary,
whatever this lady right above me.
Hold on. Mary, I'm about to mod you up in the chat.
This woman right above me, I don't know her name.
I need to be able to speak so people can hear me so I can regulate my chat. Mary, you are now a moderator. So I need y'all to be looking at the stream. If y'all not looking at the stream, in the point of you moderating, because that's where I need you at, is to look at the actual chat. I need another moderator as well. Let me see. Okay, so I don't know why this person is putting J. Your ass getting blocked.
Amira's been around though. Amira Youngblood's been around.
Oh well, Amira is now gone. Because why the hell would you enter the troll when I just said that the trolls are putting only single letters in the chat?
Oh hell no! I saw somebody say, "Oh hell no!" Did y'all see that comment right there? K.O.M. Hell no. The one that I'm saying hell no to. Hell no.
No, it's not
well,
about.
Hey, it ain't me. That ain't me. Yeah.
It's not about.
That's why.
Hell, I need to be able to speak. I don't need y'all reporting ignorant comments. You have to report literally the spam. The spam.
You might have to explain that, CTV. Well, I mean, like when you go to flag it and report it, you have to report it
I'm doing the reporting as the mods are doing the blocking.
Okay.
So as they report, I block.
It's like the only people you could trust right now is people that you've seen regularly. You know what I'm saying? It's people that you see regularly in the chat.
It's not even about trust. It's no way to even stop this because a person don't even have to come into your stream for spam to happen. Like it's a whole separate third party system in and of itself.
block Ariel. That shit's crazy.
And y'all can't do any cursing in the chat either. So all of y'all who using full out cuss words, same rules. Or abbreviate or mods block anybody spelling out full on cuss words as well. Because what's going on in the chat is also what's triggering up the spam. Use coded language, speak in parables, all that good shit. Hold on. A chunky donkey, I'm about to mod you up. Block the fuck out of spam, please. I just added you as a moderator. I'm just scrolling through. Jace, I'm modding you up, Jace. You a moderator. Jazzy, mod, blue. All right. Mods, before I continue, do y'all feel like y'all have enough help, or do y'all need me to moderate other people up? If y'all need more help, let me know before I get back into this panel situation.
Wow.
It's kind of fascinating to watch the aerial assaults.
I mean, they must be watching and actively doing this shit.
Are y'all sure that y'all are okay? I just need to overmod tonight. Actually, mod me up. Definitely not Xanax Willie. Okay. Your ass is modded to Block Nation. Thank you. Big Mama, if you see trolls, like if you see the spam of Big Mama, block, please.
That's what Tyler Nett said. The same thing he just said again.
Ty, I just added you as a moderator, Miss Ma'am.
Yeah, I swear some people be undercover agents too, from the sideline talking about, yup, look how they acting, yup, and they part of that, and they part of it too.
Hold on, let me just get this together. Prognosis, I'm modding you. Miss Paris, I'm modding you. Y'all gonna have to be my eyes and ears because it's hard for me to do this and do this here. So where's Miss Paris at? Okay, that's moderator. All right, so it's enough of y'all in the stream now. So
it's amazing to me. It's amazing to me that even with that going on,
and y'all have to pay
some people can't see beyond themselves.
And y'all have to pay attention to the names of the folk come in as well.
I mean, they're coming in as so many different.
But K.O.M, what it's saying is amazing to me, even though it's like you sit there and you observe something going on. And sometimes some things are just a coincidence. That's all they are, right? But some coincidence, some things sometimes are too closely related. And so
this is almost every live for CTV.
I'm just saying, like, if I notice this thing here keeps happening when, say, ergo, one person comes around or a certain type of pattern of behavior happens, and I say, hey, this seems off. It's not necessarily blaming, because I see that word going on a lot in the chat. It's an observation. You came around and all of a sudden something weird started happening. But I'm just putting a mental note. Putting a mental note to it, because again, thinking, but some people don't think outside of themselves too much. You know what I mean? I'm just saying. Because again, we all got our own biases. Hey, we all got our bias. It is what it is, right? We all got our bias. Y'all niggas
CTV. I wonder if there's a.
That's our bias.
CTV. I wonder if there's a way for you to block word. Well, I guess you can't even block the word because they're spelling it out.
They're spelling it out.
Yeah.
It's just something that we just gonna have to. I got the moderators. The moderators are just. I mean, we're just gonna have to moderate. We're just gonna have to regulate it. I'm also thinking about ending this live and just coming back for part 2 and restarting the whole stream all together.
Might have to do that.
Yo, K.O.M, again, what blows me. Look at that shit. I mean, look at that. Scroll back
That
up and
is
look
wild.
see if anything,
But I'm trying
see if
to
anything catches your eye. What I'm saying. See if something catches your eye. Scroll back and look at the comments.
Yeah.
See if something catches your eye. Especially as it concerns the other race of people. It's blows my mind.
Yeah. This is it's very strange.
Okay,
I
so I'm
mean,
Don't highlight it. Just
gonna end this.
highlight it.
This is gonna end. I'm gonna end this and come back. I'm gonna restart this. I'm gonna put my mods through this all night. So I'm gonna end this, restart it, restructure it, censor the fuck out of the language, censor the hell out of the word use in the comment section, all of that, and do a redo. If y'all want to hit the link, if y'all down for hitting the link again to continue this, then we can do that. If not, we can wrap it up for the night. What y'all want to do?
I'm down to come back.
Okay, so let me restart the stream literally in a matter of less than 5 minutes to set up the watch page and the title and all that ish, and then everybody here just hit the link.
All right.
40, so you can have an opportunity to speak, and a
CEO,
Asar, and Chocolate, and everybody.
Yeah, I'll be back. Yeah.
Everybody just hit the ish all over again. Okay,
I like this brother CEO right here. I like you, brother. I like the way your brain.
CEO, are you subscribed to the a channel after you came up here talking all this ish?
You know what?
I guess you might have to copy his link because I like the way the brother.
Are you gonna delete this live? Are you gonna delete this live?
No, I ain't deleting it.
Okay.
Delete it for what?
I'm gonna be straight up with you. Like I said, from what I've heard, a lot of I didn't agree.
I need a quick response, CEO.
I got 100% respect. 100% respect for you. So I'm gonna go ahead and subscribe live. If y'all ain't subscribed to Consciouztv, y'all tripping. Come back now.
How did you find this live?
I'll be out here in the trenches, man.
Okay, cool. Well, are you coming back? Are you coming back?
Yeah, I'll be back.
Okay, so I'm about to restart the stream, so you're gonna have to be looking and have your notification bell set to all.
I got you.
I got you. Link. All right, so we will be back in less than 5 minutes. Let me set all this stuff up. I will see y'all later. Let me kick everybody out so I can get up out of here. Everybody, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. We're gonna end this mod. Thank you so much. We'll be back in a matter of minutes. Peace.